I'm going to lie down. Thank you. Sleep. To the end of this. Please. That's quite enough of this.
Okay, seems we're live. Does everything look and sound okay?
Dear Dad, greetings from the new deputy curator at Beecham Museum in Washington, D.C. I miss you, by the way. How's Africa? I sure hope this letter reaches you in Ouagadougou before you move on to Nairobi. So
The sound level's alright.
Your old friend Franklin Rose was awfully nice to submit my name to the rest of the members of the museum's board of directors. What an opportunity while I'm in between
Thanks, Rested.
cases. As you probably know, the museum specializes in ancient Maya culture. My supervisor is going to be Joanna Riggs, a well-known archaeologist. Maybe you've seen her name in the news recently, in conjunction with the discovery of a strange Maya monolith. Apparently it's created quite
Special effects sound a bit high.
buzz among experts in the field. Beach Hill plans to feature the monolith in an upcoming exhibition. Just imagine, this artifact has been buried for hundreds of years, and now it's going to be unveiled to the public for
Game
the first
voice
time.
value.
The museum is
That
short-staffed
is.
at the moment, and they're expecting such a huge turnout that they've closed their doors to the fair. I can hardly wait to dig into this exciting project and learn how archaeologists and historians solve the mysteries of ancient cultures. I'll keep you posted. Love, Nancy. Mysteries of Ancient Cultures.
Special effects needs to be set down a bit,
Love,
I think.
Nancy. Mysteries of Ancient Cultures. I'll keep you posted. Love, Nancy. Mysteries of Ancient Cultures. I'll keep you posted. Love, Nancy.
Okay then. I feel like I have no control over my mouse right now. It's chucking really weirdly. And it didn't do that in rehearsal. Okay, now it at least moves like a mouse.
Welcome to my latest case, Secret of the Scarlet Hand. To start playing, choose either junior or senior detective.
Has anyone actually done junior detective yet?
Dear Dad, greetings from the new deputy curator at Beecham Museum in Washington, D.C. I miss you, by the way. How's Africa? I sure hope this letter reaches you in Ouagadougou before you move on to Nairobi. So I got the internship. Your old friend Franklin Rose was awfully nice to submit my name to the rest of the members of the museum's board of directors. What an opportunity while I'm in between cases. As you probably know, the museum specializes in ancient Maya culture. My supervisor is going to be Joanna Riggs, a well-known archaeologist. Maybe you've seen her name in the news recently, in conjunction with the discovery of a strange Maya monolith. Apparently it's created quite a buzz among experts in the field. Well, Beach Hill plans to feature the monolith in an upcoming exhibition. Just imagine, this artifact has been buried for hundreds of years, and now it's going to be unveiled to the public for the first time. The museum is short-staffed at the moment, and they're expecting such a huge turnout that they've closed their doors to prepare. I can hardly wait to dig into this exciting project and learn how archaeologists and historians solve the mysteries of ancient cultures. I'll keep you posted. Love, Nancy.
Nancy Drew, I presume. I'm Joanna Riggs. Welcome to Beach Hill. I was just checking the lock on this display case. This is one of the museum's most treasured pieces, a carving of King Pakal.
Who was King Pakal?
Pakal assumed the throne at age 12. Can you imagine? That was 615 AD. He ruled for 68 years at the height of the Maya civilization.
Is that jade?
Yes, the Maya loved jade and used it for many of their carvings. There isn't another piece like this in the world, and it's priceless, which means I practically had to sell my own grandmother to get it.
How did the museum acquire it?
Leave it to Taylor Sinclair. He's a wizard when it comes to these deals. You'll meet him later.
So when you say
Now
wizard,
then,
do you mean
Nancy,
thief?
You're coming on board at a critical time for Beach Hill. An exhibit of this caliber is not kid stuff. Franklin Rose assures me you're a real trooper, and I hope he's right, because I'm not here to babysit. I don't care who your father is.
Apparently one jade statue is worth. And we have control of dialogue options, so I suppose I better start the timer. Hopefully should be the last alt tab. Talking could be hard. And there they are. Just let's be here. Tell me more about the exhibit, or get on with the work. Well, we gotta hear all this lovely dialogue, don't we?
I'm glad to be here. Please, tell me more about the exhibit.
In addition to our permanent collection, we're borrowing rare pieces from museums and private collectors around the world. Soon we'll be sitting on the most fabulous collection of Maya artifacts ever assembled in one place. And now that we've scored the monolith too, Beach Hill sera numero uno.
Was the monolith excavated in Mexico?
Yes, a hot young team of archaeologists, Americans and Mexicans both, dug it out of a cave near Palenque. Every curator from here to Siberia was trying to get a hold of it, but I'm the one who closed the deal.
Again, it's like 60% that she just had it stolen. This is archaeology, it's all stolen.
Did Beach Hill buy it?
No. We could barely afford the price of the loan, for one thing. And besides, nowadays, it's not even legal to sell artifacts out of the country of their origin.
Case in point.
What exactly is a monolith anyway?
It's a massive pillar of stone, nearly 1,500 years old, with Maya glyphs carved into it. We've installed it in the garden. Wait until you see it.
I don't actually know how many Mesoamerican museums there are in Siberia. You would imagine Vladivostok had at least one. Someone find that out.
Could you explain what a glyph is?
A glyph, as in hieroglyphic, is a picture that represents a word or an idea. Henrik is the human encyclopedia on the subject.
How many glyphs are there in all?
Henrik can help you with that.
Who's Henrik?
Henrik Vanderheun, world-renowned expert in Maya hieroglyphics. He's the latest addition to the Beach Hill Brain Trust. I told him I don't even want to see his pointy Vander head till he's got a translation on that monolith.
Over under on Vanderhead or the accent being the most offensive thing about this character.
Pointy Vanderhead? Where was he working before?
At the Chaco Canyon Cultural Center in New Mexico. Anyway, there's a list of tasks for you in the lab. Once you've knocked those off, we'll regroup.
Shouldn't I have more training?
Don't worry, you'll be in the swing of things soon enough. Go ahead and take a look around the museum. I'm sure you'll find the monolith, muy interesante. Or just roll up your sleeves and hit the lab.
Why are you throwing in random Spanish phrases when we are not in any Spanish-speaking country? And we are dealing with Maya artifacts rather than modern Mexican ones.
Any last advice before I get down to business?
Semper ubi sub ubi.
I don't speak any Latin at all, so I'm going to write down that phrase just in case. We are, I think, somewhere in the United States, Shen. We are dealing with a Mesoamerican museum, but it's not in Mexico as far as I can tell. Lot of dust, lots of crates. Hi there, Zotek. Routes in the Americas. Hidden Guatemala. Incident with Prudence Rutherford. Woo, how did a New York society woman like yourself end up in Topeka, Kansas? Husband, hydro engineer, appointed to head up the Kansas River Flood Control Project. Somehow drowned through that. Never took husband's name. Do you guys see the small red tears my cursor is leaving for some reason? In retrospect, I should have taken one of the newer games rather than the one with the coolest name, shouldn't I? Theater, Symphony, St. Patrick's Day, capital of Kansas. I think we're in Kansas.
Topeka Commission for the Arts. How cultured.
I did not mean to press that button. My mouse is really acting up right now. I hate to say this, but I think I might need to restart the game. Honestly, Jake, what got me started on the marathon was simply you asking me directly to join it. And unlike all the other things you have asked me directly to do on this channel, this didn't seem that painful. As for what made me pick this game, the name. How do I tab out of this damn magazine? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to save and restart the game. Technical difficulties the stream, everyone. Part of the problem is that it's chugging on my end too, so I can't actually move my mouse. I have to predict where it's going and then wait for it to catch up. Ah, screw it. We're 7 minutes in. We can just reboot. Close game. What's the largest break we've had so far thanks to technical difficulties in the marathon? It's like I can't even tab out to turn off the damn thing. Task manager, come to my aid. Okay, does everything work now, or are you guys getting a blind screen? Okay.
Welcome to my latest case. Dear Dad, greetings from the new...
Nancy Drew, I presume. I'm Joanna Riggs. Welcome to Beach Hill. I was just checking the lock on this display case. This is one of the museum's most treasured pieces, a carving of King Pakal.
Who is King Pakal?
So at what point in the series did they add skippable
Can you
dialogue?
imagine? That was 615 AD.
Because I think that might be
He
the single
ruled for
most important
68
innovation
years
they
at the
ever
height
made.
of the Maya civilization.
Is that jade?
Yes, the Maya loved jade and used it for many of their carvings. There isn't another piece like this in the world, and it's priceless, which means I practically had to sell my own grandmother to get it.
How did the museum acquire it?
Leave it to Taylor Sinclair. He's a wizard when it comes to these deals. You'll meet him later.
I didn't jade because we had
Now
been
then,
through
Nancy,
one screen so
you're
far.
coming on board at a critical time for Beach Hill. An exhibit of this caliber is not
And saving
kid
was
stuff.
as painful as
Franklin
moving the
Rose
cursor for
assures
anything
me
else.
You're a real trooper, and I hope he's right, because I'm not here to babysit. I don't care who your father is.
If there's one thing I've learned from my father, it's the value of hard work. Just tell me where to start.
There's a list of tasks for you in the lab. Once you've knocked those off, we'll regroup.
Where's the rest of the staff around here?
We've had to make some, budget cutbacks, so we'll be relying heavily on our volunteer staff. Namely, you. Besides Henrik and me, the only people who will be around to pester you are Taylor Sinclair, my ace art dealer, and Alejandro Del Rio, attaché to the Mexican consulate and executive thorn in my side.
We got a suspect list in. Rio, Swamp German. Curator. And Nancy herself.
Tell me more about Alejandro Del Rio.
Ugh, wouldn't you rather hear about the monolith? It's a massive pillar of stone, nearly 1,500 years old, with Maya glyphs carved into it. We've installed it in the garden. Wait until you see it.
How do you know it's 1,500 years old?
According to Henrik, the monolith was made at the special request of King Pakal himself, but we don't know what its purpose was.
Are glyphs a kind of writing?
A glyph, as in hieroglyphic, is a picture that represents a word or an idea. Henrik is the human encyclopedia on the subject.
How do you translate them?
Henrik can help you with that.
Who's Henrik?
Henrik Vanderheun, world-renowned expert in Maya hieroglyphics. He's the latest addition to the Beach Hill Brain Trust. I told him I don't even want to see his pointy Vander head till he's got a translation on that monolith.
Thanks for the orientation, Joanna. I'll talk to you later.
Bye!
And to answer your question, Pandy, it is mostly getting them to be streamed, probably. That's the problem, I think. If I just ran this in full screen like I wanted to, it would probably have worked fine. Nothing happens when I click the save part. Because I have to be on the correct pixel for some reason. Something saved here. That might end up being a problem. Right, let's try the magazine again now if we can actually navigate it.
Topeka Commission for the Arts. How cultured.
Why is that what you are, Nancy? Is that going to be a clue? Yada yada, great grandfather, premier archaeologist, cave carving from a Maya ruin, Amazon jungle, somewhere in 1898. Snake Green South. Is this going to turn out that we actually do summon Sote to deal with the museum's rat problem? Nothing else here. Can we steal a code? No. I'm Danish, move SP. The only place even worse than Swamp Germany. Islands Germany. Salt Flat Germany? Worse Sweden? I can't read anything it says here other than... Yes, phone, I know I'm supposed to stream right now. Other than the fact that museum administration admission is free. Tunda, exhibition hall, temple, garden, Sanan, Tokyo. All these guards are going to be important. I'm not going to try it just yet, Nitro. You know, Nancy, what would be really useful if I could take this map with me, considering there's a million of them and they are free. Already finding myself getting turned around a bit. Can we take the audio too? We cannot. I'd be up for a Nancy Drew game where all you do is go to a museum, have an audio tour, and then solve a murder. I am playing in a slightly lower resolution, and that is going to make reading this really, really hard. Send it to the something lost monolith contract between Republic of Mexico and a museum in Washington D.C. We are in Washington D.C. Yeah, property 200 days total. Ah, you can zoom in. That makes everything easier. Pay a $250,000. 30 days after the delivery of the property. Yeah. I wonder what has been edited in it. Why are and mouse pads on the line? That has to be a clue, doesn't it? EHL to assume full liability in the amount of 1 million rather than 5 million for the property for the duration of the agreement. Accepted this day of the month of the year. Signed Joanna Riggs, but not Alejandro Del Rio. Okay, I think what's happened is that Riggs and Del Rio have been disagreeing about the terms of the deal, under which they are owning this, borrowing this monolith. I can leave the museum. I can leave the museum, apparently. Just try seeing Nancy explain that. Well, I was looking for a lab and I accidentally ended up back at my own hotel room.
Good thing Franklin gave me the museum key.
And yeah, my hands were famous for making tools. That seems remarkably early to say that, Avenue. Any reason why? The corn dog. Corn god. We are going to be learning ancient Mayan, it seems. I'll probably end up having to write down every single glyph. Ah yes, that ancient Mayan technology. 90s keyboard and mouse. Open museum guide. Yeah. Once you finish every activity for level, your temple keycard will unlock the entrance to the next level. Place your entrance. That is going to be a puzzle later when we actually have a key card for it.
It's locked.
The mines were famous for their key cards, you know.
I need to find a temple key card.
It's very easy to get turned around in these games because, you know, one moment you're just turning like a tenth of an inch, then the next you've turned a full 180 degrees, and you can't really tell how much you're turning. Okay.
Come in. Come in. Come in.
That's her office. That's still her office. Come on, we're looking for the Dutchman. Where is he? That's just the exhibition itself. Would the other stuff through here somewhere? I only see one door. Nice music though. Yeah, generous donors. That's probably all Easter eggs or something. Major contributions. That might be important. Okay, I am already a bit confused because I only see the main doors. The exhibition where the only thing of interest is the pyramid that I can't actually enter because I don't have a key card yet. And her office.
Come in. How are the tasks coming along?
I haven't seen the list yet.
Well, get cracking. The last deputy curator was like a tempest in a teapot around here. Caused me nothing but grief.
Who was this so-called Tempest?
I'll tell you about Sonny some other time.
I've got work to do.
Semper ubi sub ubi.
That phrase again.
How are the tasks coming along?
Actually, I haven't started them.
Well, get cracking.
I've got work to do.
Bye.
There is another staff member around here somewhere. Next to a lab with a task list. Which presumably isn't the workstation she's working on. Ah, here. I'm pretty sure that's a bathroom. Nope. Laboratory, not lavatory.
You must be Nancy, the new deputy curator. I'm Henrik Vanderheun.
Okay. Accent less fake than I expected.
Pleased to meet you. What are you working on?
Just some light housekeeping.
Why are you wearing that mask?
Oh, these dusty old artifacts are murder on my allergies. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Did you know the deputy curator who was here before me?
Hurricane Sunny? I'm afraid I did. If he wasn't losing paperwork or setting off the fire alarm, he was cornering our visitors with his theory that the Maya were abducted by aliens. I'm afraid you'll be cleaning up his messes for a while.
Sounds like a wonderful guy. How do you go about translating glyphs anyway?
I'm curious about your work. How do you go about translating a glyph anyway?
It can be a complicated process, involving research, piecing lots of different elements together, and a healthy dose of guesswork.
So there isn't a definitive dictionary of Maya glyphs where you can look things up?
Oh, I'm afraid not. You see, glyphs are so intricate and full of subtleties that multiple meanings may be embedded in a single glyph. So 3 distinct-looking glyphs may all translate to mean sunshine, roughly, but with different nuances. There is so much we still don't know. Lucky for me, I guess, or I'd be out of a job.
Joanna turned me loose without too many instructions. Do you have any advice for me?
Well, as you've probably heard, the museum is closed in preparation for the exhibit, so you'll have free run of the place. Please explore. The sooner you get to know your way around, the better. Think of the lab as your home base, your center of communications. Anyone who wants to get in touch with you will leave a note or a voicemail here, so check in often. I'm very busy with my work, so you're going to have to be pretty independent, but I suspect you wouldn't have it any other way.
He seems nice. It's probably him.
See you around, Henrik.
I suspect you will.
There's a picture there with a red frame around it, so it's probably important. Although...
It looks like some pieces are missing.
puzzle for later. Also a puzzle for later. Buy milk. Ah, and the instructions on how to use the radio. Hang on. Congratulations on your person who stated at Dynaham Model 2000. We all know that Tremacom knows that you'll enjoy your new communication device for years and years. If it isn't a Tremacom, it's a Symposium. Talking. Listening in parts of the world you never knew existed. It's doing that upstream turn thing again. Space this little keypad allows you to enter a 4-digit frequency or channel. To listen to the activity on the channel or use the Dynaham Morse code keyboard to transmit a message. So it's radio waves we can listen into, but all our inputs have to be in Morse code. Enter a 4-digit number. That doesn't... oh. Backslash button erases the series of dots and dash that have been entered prior to hitting the send button. You realize you have made a mistake after hitting the send button. Press the cancel button twice to send and ignore previous message. Avoid exposure to liquid solvents, body fluids, or caustic chemicals. If the main radio tube has been expired, replace with any standard radio tube. Avoid placing fingers of foreign objects into the main radio tube holding socket. Electrical shock can result. Let's guess that there's something hidden in there then. And Morse code. And this is one of the games before they gave you a phone. That is the only clickable. Sheila Schultz, China Canyon Cultural Center. I mean, there's a 4-digit code. Still don't have anything we would actually send.
It's locked.
That's the door back out. I'm not sure what it says about me that I actually find this easier to read than I do cursive. I hate all that bull thing. It's all something. Is it choosing when I pass, when the computer passes? So drawing different dice. Try Pascal's thingy. Place Pascal triangle. I'm pretty sure Pascal triangle is a real thing. Yeah. 3 made up of 1 and 2. 6 because it's 3 and 3. Mexico, artifacts. Sunny apparently liked Alejandro. Outside the ring. Order ASAP. Real restoration, acetone, isopropyl, mercurate sulfide. Okay. Might as well start there. System curator tasks. That's a plain doorknob, so he's already switched out all the doorknobs with Maya theme doorknobs. Interesting. Bring addenda to monolith loan agreement to here with the Mexican consultant, Mexican consulate for signature. Order bubble wrap, packing tape, and sticky labels. Match recorded narrations to appropriate displays in the main exhibitions. You'll need the headphones for this. Reorder my nominees in the main hall. Sort out the shards of property and reassemble part. We are missing a few pieces for that. Well, the easiest place to start then would be to call and order packing tape and sticky labels. 555. It's all the same markup, so we should need it. 555-9963.
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
Silvio's curatorial bonanza.
May I speak to Silvio Jr., please?
This is Silvio Jr. What can I do for you?
Are you still having a sale on packing supplies?
That's right, 30% off on bubble wrap, foam peanuts, heavy-duty tape, medium and large boxes, sticky labels, and why supplies last, of course. Have you ordered from us before?
Yes, I think so. We have an account number.
Okay, good. That saves me a lot of paperwork. What's the account number?
I'm happy Nancy noted that down because I sure as hell didn't.
BH119K.
BH119... BH119K? Beach Hill? Are you serious?
You sound surprised. I guess you were expecting Sunny June?
I was expecting Beach Hill to settle its accounts with me about 6 months ago. I've sent all 6 of the outstanding invoices to a collection agency. And you jokers won't get another packing peanut out of Silvio Jr. ever. Do not call here again.
Okay. Well, the museum did mention that we were short on money.
You have no voicemail.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose.
May I speak to Franklin Rose, please?
Who may I say is calling?
This is Nancy Drew.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, great to hear from you. How's the internship treating you? Are Joanna and Henrik showing you the ropes?
Beach Hill's an amazing place, and after that kidnapping case at the Royal Palladium, the mysteries of the ancient Maya are just my speed.
Glad to hear you're settling in. I'm off to a meeting, but feel free to call me if you have any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Rose.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay then. It's probably the curator. Shipping and receiving. Have we received that stuff then? That's going to be important. Those are going to be important. I'm sure I'll learn how to navigate this game eventually, but right now it still feels a little bit clunky.
How are the tasks coming along?
I'm not sure what to do with those shards of pottery in the lab.
Henrik can help you with that.
So, where's the options for a user of insurance for it?
I'm not sure what to do with those exhibit narrations.
Henrik can help you with that.
When did Henrik come on board?
I got an email from him one day saying he heard the news about Beach Hill getting the monolith. He said he'd drop everything to come here and translate those glyphs. He was even willing to take a pay cut. What could I say except giddy up, you're hired.
Where was he working before?
At the Chaco Canyon Cultural Center in New Mexico.
I've got work to do.
Bye!
Greetings.
I'm supposed to order more packing supplies, but the company says they won't do business with us anymore. Does Beach Hill have bills it can't pay?
No comment.
But Henrik, what will we do when we run out of packing supplies?
I hereby absolve you of that task. If Joanna wants things shipped, She can stuff them into garbage bags for all I care.
I'm not sure what to do with those shards of pottery Joanna left for me.
Play around with those pieces until you've reconstructed the pot they once were. There may be a few extraneous pieces. Likewise, you may find yourself on a scavenger hunt for a piece or two, if I know Sunny June.
I'm not sure how to go about rearranging those exhibit narrations.
It's really quite simple. Check out the Convermatic auto-narrator in shipping and receiving. You'll need some headphones. First determine which of the exhibits in the main hall could rightly be called Exhibit A. Change Exhibit A's narration number until you're seeing what you're hearing, or hearing what you're seeing, and it's all downhill from there.
That actually sounds interesting. I can't wait to see how they'll make it painful.
Can I give that ham radio a try?
Absolutely not. The radio is a tool, not a toy. One has to be extremely careful about the kind of information one sends out over the airwaves. And I do not have time to monitor you. And besides, the vacuum tubes have been terribly fussy lately. If another one blows, I think I'll go mental.
Is it just me, or does this Dutchman sound very, very British?
See you around, Henrik.
Will do.
Just gonna double check if the task list is actually updated. Let's go find those headphones. Because quite frankly, the museum tour seems like the most interesting task so far.
The knob is missing.
And he said I was looking for something in shipping and receiving. There's the manifest. What do we have here? Covered ball ceramic. Diego Delanda ornamental carving. Guessing Sunny has been building a platform for the aliens to land on. He did say I needed to bring the headphones to shipping and receiving, right? Ah, here. Touching that stopped the music. Okay, so we have to match up each letter with a number. Letter, number, exhibit. Nothing here. Ah,
Ceramic bowls, such as the one featured in this exhibit, may have been used as vessels for burnt offerings of incense or corn. This bowl was either dedicated to or used to supplicate the god of war, Balak. Ceramic bowl.
that sounds right.
Ceramic bowls.
No. Hmm. Not seen any letter number combinations anywhere, to be honest.
Although the geographic range of Maya cities is well known, it is difficult to determine the range of Maya influence. Some experts believe the Maya may have traveled as far south as the Amazon and as far north as North America.
And as far towards space as the moon. But we don't pay attention to those scientists.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Okay, ham radio, we probably need to contact that.
It's locked.
As far north as the Yucatan. I was expecting to find a puzzle here, where the audio cues would be all scrambled up for the exhibits. But they seem to be working fine.
The Maya ball game was a religious activity as well as a spectator sport. Players would propel a rubber ball through a small stone. The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar, made up of 20 weeks each with a named day and 13 weeks each with a numerical day. The two types of weeks progress independently of each other.
Okay, this one is different.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine.
So this is the first one we found that's actually wrong. Body shaped calendar. That means I do have to listen to them all.
Ceramic bowls, such as the one featured in this exhibit, may have been used as vessels for burnt offerings of incense or corn. This bowl was either
Well,
dedicated
correct.
to or used to supplicate the god of war, Balak.
Nothing else here has an audio jack.
Although the geographic range of Maya cities is well known,
Range is correct.
it is difficult to determine the range of Maya influence. Some experts believe the Maya may have traveled as far south as the Amazon and as far north as North America.
You have to keep in mind we still haven't met the Mexican ambassador, who is also a suspect, I think.
It's locked.
Lady Zach Cook ruled Palenque before her son ascended the throne in 615 CE. Maya tradition required that the kingship be handed down from father to son, but Lady Zach Cook broke this custom by establishing herself as a deity. This gave her the power to justify the new royal lineage. Because his mother had been deified, Pakal often referred to himself as the first true king.
Okay, all the stuff about Pakal's ascension is correct.
I am Lord Pakal, ruler of the mighty kingdom of Palenque. All those who come before me witness my power.
Lord Pakal is considered the most influential ruler of the Maya civilization. Cultural, scientific, and military achievement flourished under his reign. As with all Maya kings, very little is known about his personal life, since all written inscriptions dealt solely with public achievements such as wars, battles, coronations, births, marriages, and deaths.
I think this one is correct too.
I am Lord Pakal.
And it was made in 2002.
The Maya were pantheistic, believing in many gods who ruled over different aspects of Maya life. Chak was the god of rain. Ishel, goddess of the moon, presided over childbirth and basket weaving. Ahau Kin represented the sun.
It's locked.
Okay, that's the log, not the audio jack. Anyways, the gods were correct. But the calendar thingy here wasn't. There's no audio cue for this one, but we heard the audio cue for it earlier. And the wrong exhibit. That was Pakal, we've already dealt with him.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar, made up of 20 weeks each with a named day, and 13 weeks each with a numerical day. The two types of weeks progress independently of each other.
Yeah, the rituals should be about the calendar. Yeah, rituals are about the calendar at the moment, that's wrong.
The Maya ball game was a
Ball game
religious
stuff is
activity
correct.
as well as a spectator sport. Players
That was
would
my Chromebook
propel
that fell
the
down.
rubber ball through a small stone hoop using their thighs, hips, and forearms. It is believed that the players were often sacrificed after a game.
Don't actually need to keep my Chromebook running, it was just to check that my stream was looking alright.
The Maya ball game. Maya scribes recorded the official history of the kings and queens, but very little is known about daily life in the Maya world. Although there are thousands of inscriptions found on artifacts and architecture, there are only a handful of Maya books in existence today.
Strange, supernatural creatures, sometimes called monsters, played an important role in Maya mythology. These monsters were often associated with the earth, caves, or mountains. The bicephalic monster, sometimes called the celestial or cosmic monster, may have represented the sunrise or a long journey.
So the numbers one was wrong, that's about monsters.
supernatural creature.
So, are there just 2 exhibits missing? Or does it include the ones inside the pyramid? Can't go from there yet, don't have a card. Nothing there.
In addition to adorning themselves with jewelry and costumes, the Maya shaped their bodies to heighten their beauty. Beads were dangled in front of infants' faces to encourage crossed eyes, a trait considered attractive to the Maya.
So the Rutherford slab is wrong. That's showing the body shape one.
In addition, the Maya kings were often in a protracted state of war with local Kahals. Here, Bird Jaguar stands to the right as a captured lord kneels at his feet. The Kahal holds a broken umbrella, a gesture typical of a supplicating captive. The Maya kings were often in a protracted state of war.
Why the broken umbrella? That's a fairly interesting symbol. No audio cue here.
Interesting.
Guess who's about to be knocked out?
Nancy Drew, or should I say, Detective Drew. I'm Sinclair.
I knew it was coming, and yet it was still so sudden that I left a foot out of my chair.
Who told you I was a detective?
I was at a meeting with the BOD recently, and I caught wind of your appointment and your credentials. Very impressive, if I do say so myself.
The BOD?
That would be the board of directors, those cranky old cats. They do keep the ducks squared away around here, I'll give them that. So, how's this for a specimen? Ever seen $1 million worth of rock before?
Do diamonds count?
Ouch. Well, they did say you were sharp. Seriously, though, thank goodness you're here. I'm afraid the museum may be in terrible jeopardy.
What kind of jeopardy? Nancy, you know they can't even afford to pay for packing supplies.
What kind of jeopardy?
Joanna told me to butt out, but I'm so fond of Beach Hill, I just hate to see it fall prey to scoundrels.
Wait, what?
What scoundrels?
It's a sensitive subject. Meet me in my office later and I'll explain everything then.
Where's your office?
707 Bing Cherry Boulevard. I've got to go. Enjoy your first day at Beach Hill!
Well, that's not obvious at all. Ah, screw it, I'm the intern, they're not paying me enough to chair.
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the world. Ham radios are often the only means of contacting the outside world. HAM is an acronym for Handheld Amateur Radio.
Bicephalic altar. Just telling us about a ham radio.
Archaeology.
So there has to be an audio cue down by the ham radio as well, I suppose.
Ritualized bloodletting was a common practice among the Maya. In this panel, 3 captives wear garments associated with bloodletting. A variety of instruments including stingray spines, thorns, and bone awls were employed for this activity.
I'm going to be sad if this doesn't end with Nancy being ritually bloodletted. Bloodlet?
It's locked.
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers. Here is an example of the numbers from 0 to 19, from top left to bottom right. Notice how some numbers are represented with bars and dots, and some are represented with pictures.
So, the body shape is talking about the calendar, number is talking about monsters, slab is talking about body shape, the altar is talking about the radio is talking about numbers. So, body shape to body shape. Yeah, for monsters that don't fit there. I feel like I'm missing an audio cue. And I feel like it's the calendar one. See here, I'm trying to turn to the left. But it's really, really finicky about whether I'll allow it. No. So what does the Ulcer slab and the Rutherford slab actually say? Are any of them talking about monsters? No, this one is talking about a cow. That one was correct. Yada yada yada. Okay, the Pacific also is actually the monster one. Yeah. I just need the audio cue for the calendar. Why do you not have an audio cue? You are the only thing here that has actually represented a Mayan calendar. Maybe that's a clue in and of itself. Alright, how does this thing work?
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers. Here is an example of the numbers from 0 to 19, from top left to bottom right. Notice how some numbers are represented with bars and dots, and some are represented with pictures.
Okay, the one that is currently talking about numbers is the one that should be talking about the radio.
I am Lord
Lady Zack, the Maya were
Ceramic bowl. Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the world. Ham radios are often the only means of contacting the outside world. HAM is an acronym for Handheld Amateur Radio.
Maya scribes recorded the official history of the kings and queen.
That one is correct.
Archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the world. Ham radios are often the only means of contacting the outside world. HAM is an acronym for Handheld Amateur Radio.
That should be the one talking about monsters, which was 14.
Strange, supernatural creatures, sometimes called monsters, played an important role in Maya mythology. These monsters were often associated with the earth, cave. Strange, supernatural creatures, sometimes called monsters, played an important role in Maya mythology. These monsters were often associated with the earth, caves, or mountains. The bicephalic monster, sometimes called the celestial or cosmic monster.
I already feel like I screwed something up.
Archaeologists.
Radio.
Maya scribe.
Scribes.
Strange.
Monsters.
Strange.
Because we just changed one to monsters. This one is then the one that was talking about monsters, which should actually be talking about numbers.
The Maya kings were often.
I am Lord
Lady Zack, the Maya were
ceramic bowl. Archaeologists work.
Although the geographic range of Maya cities is well known,
the Maya used different methods to represent.
D7.
I am Lord.
Although the geographic.
That much was correct. I'd like to check the other 6, please. The other 9.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar, made up of 20 weeks each with a named day, and 13 weeks each with a numerical day. The two types of weeks progress independently of each other.
Yeah. This is the one that should be talking about the body shape.
Strange, super. The Maya kings were off.
The 4 miniature gods clinging.
Ritualized blood.
The Maya ball game.
In addition to adorning themselves with jewelry and costumes, the Maya shaped their bodies to heighten their beauty. Beads were dangled in front of infants' faces to encourage crossed eyes, a trait considered attractive to the Maya. The Maya kings were often in a.
The Maya were
In addition to adorning themselves with jewelry and costumes, the Maya shaped their bodies to heighten their beauty.
This
Leaves
is the
were
one that should
dangled in
be
front of
about the Rutherford slab.
The Maya ball game was a religion.
Ritualized bloodletting.
The four miniature gods clinging to the vision serpent are the headband twins, Hun Ahau and Balaam, and the twins of sacrificial dance, Chok, Shib, Chok, and the baby jaguar. The Maya were particularly fascinated
There,
with
that
twins,
looks like it's in
and
order.
many of the Maya gods were paired together.
Okay, good thing you said that, Nancy. Let's go cross that off the task list then before I forget. Yeah, it's only been, what, an hour 15 and we finally got to the first puzzle. Dum dum dum.
I'd better check to see if I'm done with that. I'd better check to see if I'm done with that.
Do I need him to tell me I'm done with that? Didn't you just declare that you were? Oh, he's fucked off. Time to listen to all of this again.
Ceramic bowls such as archaeologists work in some of the most remote areas of the
The Maya were pantheistic, believing
I still don't get why that one doesn't get an audio cue.
Lady Zach Cook ruled Palenque before her son
I am Lord Pakal.
Maya scribes record.
The Maya used different methods to in addition to adorning themselves with
The Maya ball game.
Oh, that's the... That's not where we're headed, monk. That's not where we're headed. Turn around. That's where we're going.
The date on this slab uses the Tzolk'in, or divine calendar.
That's why.
the Maya kings were often
So, how is everyone this fine Monday? And how were your Fridays, you for that matter? Hello.
It needs a card.
The four miniature gods clinging to the vision serpent are the headband twins, Hun Ahau and Balaam.
Okay. It all looks right to me. Henrik isn't there to confirm it, so we'll go bother our boss instead.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Is this one of the time games again?
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Yeah, I won't get much out of that. Next task. We should go meet with Sinclair, or we should head to the Mexican embassy. Which one would you guys prefer?
I'd better check to see if I'm done with that.
Oh, it's this one, not that one. We ordered the Mayan numbering exhibit in the main exhibit hall. Later. Yeah, screw it. Let's head to the Mexican consulate. Do wonder why no one is at work anymore.
I don't think he'll be there at this hour. I don't think he'll be there at this hour.
Maybe the game does have an internal clock. Okay, it's midnight. That might explain why everyone is gone.
Hello?
Hey, Bess, it's me, Nancy. What's new?
It's pouring rain. George and I are in the middle of a heated game of Go Fish, and I'm winning.
Don't believe a word she says, Nancy. Last hand, I made mincemeat out of her.
Anyway, we don't want to make you homesick. How's the internship going?
So far, so good. There's a lot of excitement about the upcoming exhibit, especially since we have the Palenque monolith.
The who?
The monolith. It's a giant block of stone recently excavated from a cave near Palenque in Mexico. Apparently, it's a very big deal. They think it's 1,500 years old.
So, have you seen it? This, monolith?
Yeah, it's humongous. Must weigh a ton.
Like how big? As big as a refrigerator?
Maybe Bigfoot's refrigerator.
Sorry, Nancy, but how would a person tell this monolith apart from, say, some other big rock?
Well, for one thing, it has Maya glyphs carved into it.
Glyphs?
Pictures that represent words or ideas, also known as logographs. Joanna says the glyphs might be a message from King Pakal.
What kind of message?
We don't know yet. Henrik Vanderheun, Beach Hill's epigrapher, is working on a translation.
Who was King Pakal?
He's considered one of the great Maya rulers. He reigned at the height of the Maya civilization.
Well, Nancy, you're sounding very curatorial.
Very curatorial indeed. We've been worried that you would be a little bored without a mystery to solve, but it sounds like your brain will have plenty to chew on.
The whole Maya culture is a mystery to me at the moment. The last thing I'm going to be is bored. I'm sure of that.
Speaking of kings, this card game's not over yet, Bess.
Yes, well, I hope you've got plenty of bait for your fishing pole, dear cousin.
Okay, you two. I'll call back later.
Call back soon.
Yeah, and good luck.
Again, for the record, it's midnight when she's making this call. I'm not saying it's weird for two teenagers to be up at midnight. I'm just saying it's weird for them to be doing so to play Go Fish. Might as well call the boss as well.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose.
May I speak to Franklin Rose, please?
Who may I say is calling?
This is Nancy Drew.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Oops, false alarm. I'll call you later.
Not a problem, dear.
Okay, so it does use an internal thing. It's cousins, Anohito, not siblings. You don't have to rearrange it that much.
How may I help you?
No.
Hi, I'm Nancy Drew, the new deputy curator over at Beach Hill.
So, you're Joanna Riggs' newest pirate in training. How does it feel to join the ranks with the modern-day conquistadors?
I beg your pardon, but how does a deputy curator become a pirate in your book?
You had better brush up on your history, young lady. When the Spanish explorers invaded Mexico, they became known as the conquistadors, or conquerors. They robbed the indigenous peoples of their wealth, not just their gold, but their artwork, their sacred objects. Anything they did not steal, they burned to the ground.
Okay, if this guy did it, then I'm joining his side. Just saying. Many crimes were committed in the name of exploration, but that was hundreds of years ago. What does that...
Do you blame Joanna and modern-day art collectors for something that happened long before they were born?
There is more. In the 19th century, archaeologists discovered the ruins of ancient civilizations predating even the Aztecs. Many of the dig sites were robbed, and the stolen artifacts were sold off to art museums and collectors around the world. Today, finally, it is illegal among most civilized nations to remove an artifact from its native country. But sadly, there are thousands of precious antiquities with highly questionable provenance floating around the Western world.
What do you mean by questionable provenance?
An artifact's provenance is the story of its origin and ownership. For example, how it made its way from a temple at Chichen Itza to a museum in Washington, D.C. If the artifact's provenance reveals that it has been stolen, then that artifact must be returned to the country of its origin.
Then the relics at Beach Hill must all be legitimate, right?
No, not at all. Provenance documents are often tampered with or forged to cover up the theft. Because of this, thefts continue and a great deal of art is moved on the black market, even today. Unethical art dealers and greedy museum curators do nothing to stop this.
And the less said about that Indiana Jones fella, the better.
Are you suggesting Beach Hill is involved in these kinds of misdealings?
If Joanna Riggs or that overstuffed pillowhead Sinclair had any decency, they would take measures to see that all Maya artifacts were returned to Mexico at once where they belong.
And what if these measures are not taken?
My country will have its due, Nancy, even if I have to begin reclaiming its artifacts with my own two hands.
I admire your conviction, Alejandro. Lucky for me, the Palenque monolith is only here on loan from Mexico.
No, Nancy,
I am
the giggle
still
ruined
not
it.
happy that such a rare find will have its debut exhibition on American soil. But in my country, too, there are people for whom money talks. I will take those documents now. Thank you. I have some business with Joanna at the museum later, so I will return the contract to her then, after I have looked it over.
Are you sure? I don't mind waiting.
You may consider your mission accomplished.
Well, okay then.
Goodbye.
Well, that was easy. Yeah, let's go meet Sinclair.
It's about time! Oh, my fears are like maggots infesting my poor old carcass. Want a cookie? They're from Oaxaca.
Thanks, but I'm trying to cut back. Now, what's going on?
The art world is being ransacked, Nancy. Prudence Rutherford, a major patron of the arts, had her fire ruby necklace stolen from her villa in Topeka. 2 weeks later, a whole display case full of rare Maya artifacts was heisted from a museum in New Mexico.
Oh, the necklace that was mentioned in that magazine we found. I'm sure that will in no way come up later.
Do you think there's a connection between the two thefts?
Who knows? I'm just telling you, this community, our friends and colleagues, my people are being systematically trounced by thugs. Who's to say Beach Hill won't be next? You've got to do something.
Does Joanna share your concerns?
I've urged Joanna to approach the board about making some security upgrades, but she just keeps saying that the timing isn't right to ask for money.
Actually, if we can't afford our own packing supplies, now might be a very good time to ask for money.
I understand your concern, but what can I do to help?
We need your eagle eyes. We need your bat ears. We need you to sniff out the stink of trouble.
I'll do my best, but it sounds like what you really need is a new breed of police dog.
Don't play modest mouse with me.
Okay, no more flattery. Hey, that's an interesting piece, there by your desk. Something tells me it's not a Maya artifact.
How about that rubber shark? The artist's name is Poppy Dada. She's a teenager in South Dakota. The art world is going bananas over her stuff. I'll unload that one for some serious dinero.
You're an American talking to another American in your office in Washington, D.C. about the artwork made from a girl from South Dakota. Why are you sprinkling in Spanish words?
Is Poppy Dada her real name?
I don't know.
When you sell a piece of art, what kind of commission do you get?
Standard, 10%. It's no king's ransom, unless of course you sell something for $1 million. Too bad I'm not allowed to put that monolith on the market, huh?
There's a motive.
Joanna says you performed an act of wizardry in helping Beach Hill acquire the Pakal carving.
Getting those provenance docs together was a pig and a half. Oh, they're on the up and up, I assure you. But to have been at the height of my career back before the crackdown, those were the days.
A pig and a half?
Maybe sometime I'll tell you a sad story I call How Mexico Lost Its Sense of Humor. Not today, though, Nancy.
Alejandro says you're unethical, a modern-day conquistador, that you're robbing Mexico of its cultural history.
And I say Alejandro is the real bully of the playground. A lunch money extortionist who loves nothing more than to see the other boys and girls go hungry.
I'd better get going.
Thanks for stopping by.
Okay, so when I said that I was definitely going to join Alejandro, this is the guy who's going to take forward and to take the fall for it, regardless of whether he did it or not. Let's go talk to Henrik, see if he's back on his chair. He is not.
It looks like some pieces are missing.
Are they pieces we need? Yes, they are. Have we seen any shattered pot?
Beach Hill's been hit. Sit tight, Nancy. The police are on their way.
Can we turn off the siren, please? I didn't mean in favor of a different siren. It's the Order of the Crimson Hand. Quick, call Chef Moreau and Dude Dudley.
I should talk to Joanna before I touch anything.
Bonus points to anyone who got that reference.
Someone has cooked up my worst nightmare and served it to me on a plate.
I'm sorry about the theft, Joanna. It must be a terrible loss for the museum.
That's the understatement of the year.
Did the police find any clues around the display case?
The police took some samples for the crime lab, but they couldn't promise any overnight results. So if you want to put your little magnifying glass up to the scene, it's fine with me.
Which game did you have again, Fan of Gaming? Was that the Greek Theater one?
What were their initial findings?
Who knows? Right now, my priority is to get a move on this insurance claim.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember them by names, I remember them by themes. Which one was Labyrinth of Lies? Okay, yeah.
Why did you become a museum curator?
I became a curator because I want to help make artifacts available to as many people as possible. That's all that matters, isn't it? Unless you're Alejandro Del Rio.
Do you think Alejandro would go to extreme measures, like stealing, to reclaim Mexico's artifacts?
Who knows?
I've got work to do.
See you around.
There we go. Okay, we have a piece of paper with a hand on it. And some Mayan symbol that I didn't recognize. Presumably lettering of some kind. Did we have a microscope here? We have multiple microscopes. None of which we can use. I was hoping we could find a fingerprint or something on the handprint.
Nancy, hi. It's Franklin Rose. I'm calling because it's just... This theft is very bad news for the museum. You can't imagine the limb we went out on to acquire that Pakal carving. It's been one of the museum's main attractions. I don't want to take you away from your internship, but if you can do a little investigating, well, I think I speak for the whole board when I say we'd be very grateful. Give me a call when you have a chance. And Nancy, thanks.
To replay messages, press 0. Press 9 for an outside line.
What was his number again?
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for...
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, hello. Do you have any news?
I mean, so far the number is 0 because we're doing an unpaid internship here.
Not really, but something tells me this case is going to get complicated.
Oh, Nancy, you zero in on a case like a heat-seeking missile, don't you? I feel so much better knowing you're going to follow up on every lead. I'll help in any way I can.
Is that help going to be in the form of money?
Thanks, Mr. Rose.
That's what I'm here for.
No. I mean, she's still doing unpaid internships, so she's probably still trying to pad out her resume a bit. I don't think she's ever been paid. Except for the occasional, like, they'll sponsor a vacation for her. Nothing new here. Right. Temple activities. And where do we find the temple activities? That's probably the computer thingy in the temple, which needed a key card, didn't it?
It needs a card.
Activity instructions. Bullet puzzle. The ancient Maya enjoyed board games just as we do today. One of these games is where the players were called Bull. In this game, players throw 4 dried corn kernels to move the pieces along a continuous game board. The kernels are burned on one side, and each kernel that lands burnt side out is counted as 1 space. If none of the kernels show a burn mark on the roll, then the player's pieces move 5 pieces. The goal of the game is to land in the space occupied by your opponent's pieces and eventually capture all of their pieces. Try to beat the computer for this activity or play against a friend. Scarlet ruled over which city in present-day Mexico? Let's see. That's not the way out. Cal, whose name translates to shield, was born in 603 and ascended the throne in 616. Ruled the Maya city-state of Palenque. Is it still called that today? I gotta admit, my Mexican geography isn't the best in the world. But I know I saw a map in our boss's office. Map that I can't actually access. We'll try Palenque into it. See what happens. So far the game hasn't been that painful, to be honest. That one should definitely be solved. I don't remember it. Saku. That's spelled with a C. What is the date on the calendar used to name of the calendar used to combine the ceremonial year? That was on the calendar stone. Hey Worm, I think we're doing fine. I'm a bit slower than the guy who was running the Venetian one last time. But we haven't been starting a hard loop so far. Nostral the Sulkin. We did have some technical difficulties in the first like 10-15 minutes. Supreme God, Maya. I don't know the Mayan ones, I only know the Warcraft ones. Not Warcraft, Warhammer. There. Rain, Sun Gods.
pantheistic, believing in many gods who ruled over different aspects of Maya life. Chak was the god of rain. Ishel, goddess of the moon, presided over childbirth and basket weaving. Ahau Kin.
Nothing there tells us who was their leader. Jaguar. It's probably like the Jaguar gods that are monk, but I'm not sure. It's probably on one of the garden tablets, if it's not one of those. We haven't had a single yet. Goddess of the moon. Could be like the goddess of the moon. The Mayans were heavily into astrology, as I recall. Could be the Vision Servant. There's one that talked about the Vision Serpent.
The four miniature gods clinging to the Vision Serpent are the headband twins, Hun Ahau and Balam, and the twins of sacrificial dance, Chak, Shib, Chak, and the baby jaguar. The Maya were particularly fascinated with twins, and many of the Maya gods were paired together.
Okay, that didn't give me what I was hoping for. Is it going to turn out that the Mayan gods were all communist and didn't have a leader? All scientific progress was impelled by the priest need to understand and manage the sacred forces of the universe. Aspect of life, from basket weaving to calendar days. Little is known about the roles and names of the gods represented in Mayan artifacts.
The Maya were pantheistic, believing in many gods who ruled over different aspects of Maya life. Chak was the god of rain. Ishel, goddess of the moon, presided over childbirth and basket weaving. Ahau Kin represented the sun. The Maya
I mean, if this wasn't a video game, what Nancy would have done was write to her boss, "Hey, this question doesn't have a clear answer in the exhibits. We should probably write down the clear answer somewhere, rather than trying to guess it." Lanku. And just to double check, it's not going to show up here, right? Nope. Nope. And not on the ritual one either.
The Maya ball game was a religious activity as well as
Choose trolled sidekick. Sounds just try all the gods. Was worth a try. Thanks, TBW. Right now, I'd be happy to change my luck for a pair of good eyes. That's the main door. That's a boss door. Snake green south. I mean, my best guess would be that it's the wind serpent itself, whose name we were not given. And the only serpent god I can think of is an Aztec one, which is like 1,000 years later, so probably not that one. Rain God. Slalok. Something about shields. Bird diagram.
The four miniature gods clinging to the vision serpent are the headband twins, Hun, Ahau, and Balam, and the twins of sacrificial dance, Chak, Shib, Chak, and the baby jaguar. The Maya were particularly fascinated with twins, and many of the Maya gods were paired together.
Hun, Ahau, Balam. Chak. Sieb. Chak. And baby jaguar.
The four miniature
And I'm pretty sure that's all the gods we've been told about so far. Can't access that one anymore. Probably not nostrils. You got 4 more hours of this wonderful game to enjoy. There's the pottery. Oh, thank God it's not that one. Doesn't going to be him because he can't do dashes. I'm missing it. Gonna return to this puzzle later, I think. Or forget all about it and whine when I can't find any puzzles and can't get any progress. You know, whichever's more fun. I tricked the fire alarm.
I need to find another piece.
Doing better. Number 1112. There wasn't any computer here, right? There was only one in our own hotel room.
There, now I can start putting this together. That's done. I'd better check to see if I'm done with that.
I guess it's time to learn some Mayan numbering then. Also drove wine to our boss about the twist not being doable. Numbers. Where is the thing that actually needs to be ordered here? They're probably in the lab then. Numbers, numbers, numbers. Is this like a spectrophotometer? Is this like a spectroscope? Oh no, no, the periodic table of the elements. Reorder the Mayan. They don't mean order like you call someone and have it delivered, right? That doesn't make sense.
The Maya used different methods to represent numbers. Here is an example of the numbers from 0 to 19, from top left to bottom right. Notice how some numbers are represented with bars and dots, and some are represented with pictures.
Can we get to actually see that exhibit, probably?
Some of the tiles are missing.
Okay. So first of all, we're missing 2 tiles to finish that puzzle. And I would assume they are in Sunny's desk drawer and Sunny's box in the receiving hall. Ah. This would have been useful when I made the audio puzzle. www. Just adventure. Before I go off on a completely wild tangent, Just Adventure isn't just the name of the people who made this game, right? Thanks, fan. So that is something I should probably check on Nancy's computer. Yeah. Still nothing about the god. Still nothing about those numbering tiles. All these cases are locked. Should probably double check whether my key works on them. It does not. There's the numbers here. Ornamental carving, unidentified glyph, figurine, figure, tools, and some ceramic stuff. No numbers. BH1113. And a 4-digit code. BH1113. That's the unidentified cliff. Jade. Cliff shipping. Let's go complain to our boss.
Need something?
Have you seen Henrik? I found a piece of paper inside the Pakal display case. It had some glyphs on it and a print of a red hand. I'm hoping he can give me a translation.
What am I, fish food? Henrik's not the only one around here who can read a glyph, you know.
Wait. Did the police miss the paper that had been left in place of the stolen artifact?
Sorry, Joanna. I thought I was supposed to go to Henrik with all my glyph questions.
The police showed me the note. It said, the
Okay,
magician suffers yellow death, whatever that means. Apparently, the thief just couldn't come up with the glyphs for the curator suffers flaming purple disgrace.
Magicians suffer yellow death. That's definitely a clue. Yellow death is presumably plague or something.
I'm curious about the red handprint the thief left. Does it have any significance in Maya culture?
Afraid I can't help you there. What I want to know is what the hand was printed with. It's obviously not finger paint. Why don't you do a little analysis on it in the lab?
I had already been trying that. Well, no, I tried to put it under a microscope, not do any real analysis on it.
I haven't seen Henrik since the theft. Where do you think he could be?
Who knows? Need something?
Can you explain how you want me to reorder that Maya numbering exhibit?
Check with Henrik on that.
I've got work to do.
Go to it.
Well, I didn't get what I wanted, but I got something to do at least. This really is an internship. There's that radio again. I'm gonna call that number and check in on whether or not he actually worked for them. 1505 555 1222. And then I'll read through the books for the analysis. Whee!
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
Hmm. That's the instruction manual of the radio. That's done. Still don't close yet that thing. It occurs to me that I should probably save. I have permission. The instruction book is right there.
Okay, I've got a graph of the chemical used for the handprint. Now I've got to match it up with a known substance.
So you insert a single paper. Okay, huh. Wave number divided by centimeter minus 1. What is this actually showing?
That's it!
So it is painted with mercury sulfide. Which I remember commenting about earlier. When the heck did I mention mercury sulfide?
According to this chart, Hg stands for mercury. S stands for sulfur. So the handprint was made from mercury and sulfur.
I definitely mentioned mercury sulfide at some point. Just cannot remember the context. It was in this drawer. Something more I can do there then. I can explore the temple. Yeah, can't press anything else here.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Because she's not here anymore, because there's a timer on these games for some weird reason. Like, what actual gameplay element does the clock serve in this game? I guess it makes us go back to our hotel room every once in a while and reminds us that there's things we can do there.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Mercury sulfide. This annoys me. I knew I ran into it before. I just need to make him a note of it and then move on to checking out the stuff we got from Sunny. Or the temple. Let's try the temple. These are all out in the museum somewhere, but I think it's much faster just to brute force it. Hi Vils, I will not be playing Overwatch today, sorry. I'm doing this for another at least 3.5 hours.
It needs a car.
Okay. And it doesn't give us nice fun facts here. Where do we actually play bull? Not letting us through here until we finish stuff and played bow. You're not helpful. You guys aren't helpful. Yeah, back to the hotel then. The Colonial Hotel. I'm gonna be honest, I'll be shocked if it doesn't take another 4. Nancy, where do you turn on your computer? Kill it with fire, not working. That was the candy bar brand that you would find in Sonny's notes. And Sonny's notes and, well, there too. That you would find in his desk drawer. I actually like this game, I just hate the controls. Coco Kringle. Witchford, Mitchford? Mitchford, Coco Kringle Bar. Lavash. I genuinely can't tell if this is an M or a W. I'm going to assume it's an M. Wasn't that a H? Wouldn't it be Mitchford or Whitford? I did not get that back. That was definitely wrong. Level 2 twist question about the match major. Is June's space baby is going to be important? I'm pretty sure I did. I think it's just to show that Sonny doesn't pay attention. Bar equal 5, dots equal 1. 0 is a turtle shell. Ignore anything that's not a bar or a dot. I definitely need to run this down. Hoon 1 fish lips. Would be nice if the background music played like, if not all the time, then at least with some semblance of sense rather than just randomly kicking in whenever you go to a new room. Here, for example, I would love a bit of background music. Ka. Chew. Had 5 fingers and a semi-oval. Ox. 3. Doctor. He's also made of nitro for some reason. Can. 4. Tongue sticking out. Ho is 5. Wrinkles plus fancy hat. Isn't this exciting? Just watching text while I write it down in a notebook off screen. Did Max say anything, Calva? I didn't see anything in the chat. Wait a sec. Eight. Curly forehead, P symbol on cheek. I'll just write P's curly. Bolon. 9. Beard. Beard or acne? Let's go with beard. Lahun. 10. No nose, removable jaw. Bullock. 11. Frothing. Larger. 12. Question mark. Oxlahome 13T. Can Lahun. I want to skip those 5. But I just know that if I don't write down the names, it will come back to bite me. Ulahun. Vatlahun. Vasak. Lahun. Pulun Lahun. Right. Stuff to work on. Desertion topic. Yada yada yada. Why did the ancient mine civilization disappear so quickly? Sophisticated owners tried space travel. Artist Manuel Moldova. The spaceship motif claims that mine disappearance is due to the departure of other worlds. We do not yet know the secret of the Scarlet Hand, other than it was made with mercury sulfide. I think it's just the aesthetic that made it a tier 1 game, and again, so far none of the puzzles have been utterly horrible. At least when compared to some of the other games. I haven't had to track down any pigeons yet. I haven't had to cross this gap between 2 buildings with a bow and arrow. Oh. More clues for the puzzle I've already solved. Music. Very meta, Nancy. Very meta. Okay, so it wants me to call Bess and George again.
No peeking at my cards, George. Hello?
Hey, Bess, it's me, Nancy.
Hey, Nancy. How's life at the museum?
Everything was going great until someone broke into a display case and stole one of the museum's most valuable artifacts. A jade carving of King Pakal.
A theft? When? How? Who are your suspects? Do you have any clues?
Easy, ladies. Let's just say that so far, I have more questions than I do answers. But don't worry, I'm on the case.
There goes your low-key internship.
Honestly, Nancy, it never will cease to amaze me how one girl can cross paths with so much trouble.
Is this meant to be the same Game of Go Fish they were playing yesterday as well?
Somehow, Joanna has gotten the museum into some financial hot water.
How'd she do that?
Yeah, and how hot's the water?
It's all very vague. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, maybe she just overextended the budget a little in her effort to acquire the best artifacts for the museum, but
even if her intentions were good...
She may be feeling a little desperate to make some money back quickly.
Desperate enough to steal the Pakal carving, sell it on the black market, and collect the insurance on it too?
I know she loves the museum. Who knows what she'd do if she were afraid of losing her job.
She's a suspect.
Definitely a suspect.
I don't know what to make of Alejandro Del Rio, the attaché to the Mexican consulate.
What's his connection to Beach Hill?
Right now, he's negotiating the monolith loan agreement between Mexico and the museum.
And what's your confusion? Something to do with dashing good looks, I hope.
Well, he is a little bit handsome, but he also seems very angry about all the Mexican antiquities his country has lost over the years.
How have they been lost?
They've been taken by explorers and archaeologists and smugglers. I guess the laws have only recently changed to protect Mexico's rights to its own antiquities.
Well, it sounds like he has a legitimate gripe.
Yes, but I got the feeling he would do just about anything to get an artifact returned to Mexico.
What do you mean, anything?
That's what I'm not sure of.
Well, let's hope he's just a big talker and not a bona fide vigilante.
Ever since the theft, I haven't been able to find Henrik anywhere.
That's odd. Has anyone else seen him?
If they have, they sure aren't telling me.
Nancy, do you think he's the thief?
I can't imagine that.
Maybe he's just an accomplice. Maybe he loosened security somehow to make the thief's job easier.
It's possible, but Henrik seems to care so much about his work. Why would he want to hurt the museum?
Maybe he cares a little too much.
She's right, Nancy. I'd give him the 3rd degree if I were you. Whenever he shows up again, that is.
Detective Drew, requesting hint, please.
The logograph numbering exhibit is missing 2 numbers.
See if one of them is hanging around in the garden.
Why?
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
Call back soon.
Yeah, and good luck.
A. Why the garden? B. How the heck would the... How do you even know there is a garden, ladies? Let alone that it might have the missing pieces in it. Right. Pick the landing time. I'm not sure entirely what I'm looking for, other than it is a small thing. Hopefully it's on one of these small pedestals. actually kind of do like this effect, and it annoys me that I like it. How long did it actually take us to find those sticks in the end? That's one. Might as well put it with the others.
Just one more tile.
Can't actually put it there yet.
Just one more tile. But now at least I have a reasonable idea what I'm looking for. Did it now? And to be fair, I don't actually have a clue that the second one is in the garden. That's me guessing. Just feels like cheating to call Bess again. Maybe my chat is less blind as well. That's the packing tape. It's locked. It's locked.
And out of here then. Really is nothing there other than his stash, the numbers to call.
I'd better
list.
check to see if I'm done with that.
You have no voicemail.
This is where I found the paper for Alejandro, whose name I'm probably mispronouncing badly.
It's locked. You know what this museum really need? A scoper table. I'm gonna try the garden again, and if not, then I'm just gonna have to fast forward to the morning. See if I can find anything in her office. That's where we found the first tile. That's where I would have liked to find one. It's a bit weird that we can't actually look close at these benches. This side looks damaged.
Yeah. Nancy's voice lines always make me jump when they come out like that. This is the way I came from. Not yet, Jake. Come back to me in half an hour, then I'll probably start feeling the burn. Fight in the daylight. So, does Nancy just not need sleep?
He won't be there this late. He won't be there this late.
And the occasional pills of candy bar, I suppose, as well.
It's locked.
No one comes into work at 6 AM here? Apparently not. I'd expect it to either be like here on one of the pedestals, or here on one of these obelisk thingies. Could be in one of the corners on the monolith as well.
Looks like this side is missing a part.
I saw this little missing chunk in the corner and hoped that someone had put something there. Jake apparently does not want to leave the YouTube straws their Stopa. If anyone can set that up, I'm game. I still miss the old poker tournament we had here. That was actually pretty fun. At least I haven't run away from all the puzzles, Jake. What does that sign actually say? So what are the tier 1 games? This one and the Merchant of Venice one?
It's locked.
I mean, so far it feels more like pixel hunting than a puzzle. On this I am completely missing something, which, to be fair, is an option. No hints, Badger, please. It is part of the suffering. Right of the plague of the intern twisted. That is a good point, Jake. I kind of assumed there would be two.
It's locked. It's locked.
I probably will end up back in the garden anyway, but it actually is worth double checking the rest of the museum as well. There is one, the ham radio one. Although I don't feel I have enough information to really know what to do with that one yet. You need a four-digit passcode. I think I have that in the form of a serial number. And you need to send a message in Morse code, and I have no idea what the heck that message would be. But it definitely could be inside the ham radio. Henrik did mention that the thing had been rattling a bit. Space Ace digital keypad allows you to enter a 4-digit frequency or channel. You can listen. 1613. That is the only 4-digit password I've been given.
I shouldn't be messing around with this without permission.
No, I can't insert with it yet. Because I need to hear from Henrik first. And Henrik isn't here.
Need something?
I did the chemical analysis you suggested. That red hand was printed with a compound containing mercury and sulfur. Does that mean anything to you?
Sure, cinnabar. The Maya would rub it into their most important carvings to add definition to the artist's lines.
Does the museum keep cinnabar around?
We use cinnabar here at the museum the same way the Maya did, to keep things as authentic as possible. Henrik orders those kinds of supplies, but we've been out of stock for quite a while. The last I heard, there was some kind of holdup with the distributor.
I've got work to do.
Semper ubi sub ubi. Need something?
I've got work to do.
Go to it.
A distributor of chemicals. There's where I saw it. God's sake. BH008P. It's 555-6766.
Keep it real. Max speaking.
We want the tiles for the gardens for a puzzle in the museum exhibit. About Mayan numbers.
Hi, I'm the new deputy curator over at Beach Hill Museum. I wonder if you could answer a couple of questions for me about our ordering history.
Well, hello there, Beach Hill. Hey, you're not Sunny June. Whatever happened to that guy? I suppose he caught a ride on a flying saucer, huh? What a riot. I'm sorry. Anyway, you don't need to reorder, do you? Unless you ate last week's shipment for breakfast, that is.
Do you know who placed that order?
The initials on the order are JR.
JR, that's our boss, right?
Was the package shipped to the museum?
Oh? Oops, I guess we didn't ship it at all. It looks like the package was picked up here at the warehouse.
Can you remember anything about the person who picked up the package?
I sure can't. Guess I must have been at lunch or something.
So there hasn't been a hold-up at the distributor or anything like that?
Hold up. Oh, I don't know where you heard that. We've got enough mercuric sulfide in-house to sink a ship.
You're sure it was last week?
Oh, that's what it says here.
Well, thanks for your help.
Sure thing. I hope there wasn't any problem with the stuff, was there? We only used the top-grade mercuric sulfide.
Judging by the impression it left, I'd have to agree that the quality was fine.
Well, you sound a little green in the chemicals department, if you don't mind my saying so. I hope you know that mercuric sulfide is highly toxic. Makes you crazy.
Well, I have heard that mercury poisoning can cause hallucinations and other symptoms of psychosis.
Oh, looks like I've got another call coming in here. You give us a call in about 4 months or so when you start to run out, okie doke? And don't forget to keep it real.
So, the Scarlet Hand Thief is high on mercury. That actually explains quite a bit. JR.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
See you around.
I'd hope she'd be a bit more helpful than that. As with all Sergeant Jakes, it really depends on the dosage. Well, if anyone are feeling bored, you can go on Toxnet and look up the actual effects of mercury sulfide poisoning. Was this during your days as a security guard, Jake, or after you became a video game developer? Another roll around the garden. This time I'm going to be paying attention to the vegetation. See, it might be stuck up a tree or something. Really looks like there's something odd on that sign. But I can't turn around to check. Like, could be something out in this pond as well. We do not speak about the cat suit dancing. I'm already trying to forget it and it's not working. It might be decoration on the benches. I still haven't figured out where we can play Bull either. That actually sounded like a kind of fun board game, but I haven't found the application to actually play it in here. We also still haven't found out who the heck the Mayan head deity was. The tile, Jake, is for this
Just
puzzle.
One more tile.
The last bit of my actual work as an intern here in the museum. Just light reflections. Thanks, Dario. That at least tells me that it's not something super obvious that I've been missing. Which I did think was the case, since no one has mocked me for my blindness yet. Balak is another god that I don't think we've tested yet. The head god thingy. The supreme god, it's summer. That's the god. It's Sumner. That was spelled Palantoy. I haven't found the stone I was looking for yet. This has been 2 hours when I find something else I needed. Solkin. Why wouldn't they just give me the list of questions rather than making me repeat the answer for each one and then go back and find the next one? Modern language. Maya was considered a Green Street group and sold into today. Greece. See, it's not the back and forth that annoys me, it's the type in all the previous answers thing that annoys me. Chachi Kugel. Okay. Where do I play bull? Can't enter here yet. Solve that one. Where was the third door that needed? Needed a key card. Was that the one by the monolith? There's a bull game somewhere around here because Sonny's note talked about how bad he was at it. Don't suppose they happen to say where it was. Hate the bull game, it's very random, or is it? When the computer has I also haven't found out what the heck to do with this Pascal triangle. Jagger does know where the triangle is, yes, he looked it up earlier. Testing, testing, can I be heard? Okay, thank you. We still have this thing as well, which is... Ah, that's the mercury sulfide. Is there a 4-digit number attached to those notes? No, it is not. Tablet is where I find the meaning of the Maya. The Mayan language, right? That wasn't ominous enough for you, Jake? The meaning of the Maya. Oh, if Bess were anywhere here, yeah, we would already have sacrificed her. I don't suppose any of these is like a Rosetta Stone for the Maya language. It's not going to be something like there's a Mayan phrase book on one of the bookshelves, is there? Nope.
Need something?
I've got work to do.
Carpe diem. Need something?
I've got work to do.
See you around.
No Mayan books here. I suppose that would have been too obvious. Meaning of the Maya.
It's locked. It's locked.
It is, and for some reason my key does not work on it.
It's locked.
I also don't happen to have a key card.
It's locked.
And while I easily could just smash the window, I don't think the curator is going to let me, despite the fact that we already have to order a new glass case because of this one. The meaning of the Maya. I mean, my best guess is that it's inside the vacuum tube of the ham radio in the lab, but I'm not allowed to use that one. Since you guys are looking stuff up, is it real? Is it really obvious where you can play bull? Am I just completely blind, or is it something that I need to unlock through some sort of trigger? Because I would have imagined it's inside this temple. There's 2 computers. I hereby revoke my eyes. So when I pass, it's the computer's turn. Now I need to roll a 4 or 2 choose. Nope. Now I need to roll. So I basically choose whether I roll once or twice and whether the computer rolls once or twice. And that is the only control I have over this. Don't roll a 3. Isn't that enough? Okay, that's his last warrior then. I'll pass, get him closer to me. No problem, I am Danish, which is far worse than Irish. But with that, we should be able to go to level 2. There's a computer. Okay, that's the Mayan ball game. Which, as far as I'm aware, is really just basketball. And what are you then? Just more questions? Walcott puzzle. Now using either hands or feet, players had to propel the small rubber ball through concrete hoops 13 feet off the ground. It's believed that the winners of the contest were sacrificed to this was a great honor among the Maya. As far as I am aware, that actually changed over the history, and at the end of the Mayan civilization, it was the losers who were sacrificed, which apparently made them all play better. Try to shoot balls with the hoop by changing the power and angle of the Maya warrior's arms. After you succeed for one level, he'll move to another position. The early explorers had to navigate a maze of obstacles to reach Maya ruins. Everything from bandits to poisonous snakes to thick jungle vegetation stood in their way. Even today, ancient temples and whole cities are still being discovered in Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. Grab your malaria medication and find your way through a Maya maze. If you need help, press M on the keyboard to see where you're at. Find the Pacal mass to reach the end of the maze. And another quest. I don't feel like going hunting just yet. So, you're a different computer. You are the maze. I had Sunny's password written down somewhere. There, that's June. Did I just skip over the instructions when I hit enter for the password? I'm not touching anything, it just shows that for like one fucking frame. I apologize for the swearing, but this situation warrants it. Well, it doesn't say I have to miss anything. No. If it helps, it's not WASD, I'm using the arrow keys. They're not that modern. And the controls are inverted as well. No, that's not where I'm meant to go. It would have been nice if they'd given this bit music though. Where's Andreas Valdesov when you need him? Also still haven't found out what the red dots on the minimap actually are. So, a piece of advice to anyone out there designing a maze. It kinda undercuts it when you give the player an auto-updating minimap that shows their own position in relationship to the maze. Let's find the ball hoop again. Okay, so my angle is wrong. Mid 5. No, mid 6. Wasn't it? Was it high 6? High 6 and high 5 didn't do it. Yeah, high 4. Let's try and high 5. No. High 6. Way too high. Low angle 5 string. Low angle isn't going to do it. Let's try mid 3, see where that takes us. Mid 3. By low probability this is going to be a low one then. Not really. Well, actually no, it is part of my task list to make sure that it is doable. It was mid 3, not mid 4. Gonna try that one at high 6. This is Nancy Drew and the Secret of the Scarlet Hand. Five might actually do that. Who has the slot after me, by the way? Thank you. It's not going to be the high 4 again, is it? No, that's too low. But none of the low or mid ones seem to actually get there either. We will brute force this. We have 2 solutions. That means a grand total of 18 solutions possible left. That is very brute forceable. Could be mid 5. The cranking sound is kind of annoying. And mid 5 did it. Okay. Back to the quest. We were looking for this Shield King's wife. The heck are you? There's going to be a spot the difference thing with the God of Death at some point. There's between the Shield Jaguar, Lady Suck. The Shield Jaguar was Pascal, right? Lady Suck. That's the only one I've seen now mention the wife, right? Lady Suck Vision. Yeah, that is her. I hate this place. I keep letting myself get turned around. I was I? It's not you. I'm going to assume Jade is just trolling me.
It's locked.
Well, it is a tier 1 Nancy game. It's Tyrell. Are you the quiz? No, you're the maze. That one was called the bicephalic. And I dropped my pen, because of course I did. Bicephalic. Bicephalic. We literally just saw that. Was that a Hapil? Back to the garden. What's this about monster? That was the noble. Slowpoke. That was the moon goddess. Huipi. This was a Huipi. Put together what I know about where the tile is, Jake says. Which number was missing now? That was number 9, right? Yeah, that's 14, so it's 9 that's missing. 9 was represented by the god Belon, who I don't recall having seen around here. Kahal. Definitely remember that as well. There was a statue in the garden of the king with 3 Kahal. Interface. Kahal is a prominent nobleman. You have caught on to the fact, Jake, that when I go into the garden most of the time, it's to read the plants that hold the quiz answers, right? It's not just to look for the tile. The Maya matchmaker. Huh. And it's an answer that's not clear in the museum. I'm gonna write that down. Matchmaker.
Just one more tile.
Why can't I put you back in place? This is Bahag, number 9. Thank you, Jagger. I mean, I don't expect to finish Jagger. I think most of the people who actually have finished the game so far right now have had like 2 or 3 slots for it. The only one who didn't was the guy last night in Venice. Try Pascal's triangle. Hmm. I do wish that I could just name my saves. My bad then. Meaning of the Maya. Yeah. As fun as it's been to torment Jade with my blindness.
Hello?
It's me again.
Nancy Drew, you will never guess who the cat just dragged in.
Who?
Frank and Joe Hardy.
You're kidding. I haven't talked to those two in months.
Let me tell you, they're as cute as ever. George and I were just telling them about your latest case, and judging by the way they're hovering around me at the moment, I think they want to say hello.
Sure, put them on.
Hi, Nancy, it's Frank.
Frank Hardy, what in the world are you doing in River Heights?
Well, Joe and I just finished up a case out west, and we're taking a few days to drive back to Bayport. So we stopped in River Heights to say hello to our favorite girls.
Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
We should have known you'd be out there chasing trouble.
Joe, is that you?
The one and only. How's it going, Nancy?
Oh, just knee-deep in another case. You know the feeling.
Do we ever? There's one around every corner, isn't there?
You can say that again.
There's one around every corner, isn't there?
All right, Joe. Cheeky as ever, I see.
It's the secret of my irresistible charm.
Oh, brother. Listen, Nancy, we're taking off again tomorrow. But if you want to talk shop about this case, why don't you give us a call on the car phone? The number is 973-555-3393.
Sounds great. I'll do that.
Go get him, Nancy.
Good luck.
Okay.
Hello?
It's me again.
Hey, Nancy. What's the latest, Nan?
Detective Drew, requesting hint, please.
Negative, Detective Drew. Assistant
Curses.
Marvin and Fane out of commission at this time. Suggest calling Detectives Hardy and Hardy.
I'll talk to you later, ladies.
Bye. See ya.
That was how I got that the first one was in the garden. I think it wants to ask how...
Hey,
direct
Joe,
hint
it's
it would give.
Nancy.
Hey, Nancy. Any leads?
As usual, I've waded into a swamp of suspicious activity.
Oh yeah? What's up?
Since the theft, Henrik is nowhere to be found. But he left me this note asking me to try out all of the activities in the temple exhibit.
Why would he ask you to do that at a time like this?
Well, supposedly, he just wants to make sure all of the activities can be successfully completed, so the temple exhibit is ready to open to the public.
So it's sort of like he's assigned you to do some fact-checking.
Yeah, sort of.
It could be a trap.
Or maybe he's trying to lead you to some clues about the Pakal carving. Better check it out.
Isn't that temple exhibit full of cool activities for kids? I bet it'll
Well,
be a blast.
cool.
As long as you don't get strung up by your toes.
Joe, does she need that? Does she?
This investigation is stalling. Any thoughts on how to get it back in gear?
Nancy? Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us now?
I think we lost her.
Was that a hint, or was that the game telling me to
Talk
get
to you
good?
later, fellas.
Go get him, Nancy.
Good luck.
I have always prided myself for my ability to infuriate Jake. I'm not. I actually am that blind, but I'm enjoying the side effect of it trolling Jake. I currently see a museum is split into 6 parts. This is clay tablets, one of which is said to represent the war god Balak. Balak also used to represent the number 9. I'm looking for the 9th tile. These are tiles. It could be one of those. This case is locked. I do not have the means to open it. Presentations of the Maya gods. Rotation of its calendar. Mask of 3 of the gods. Nothing shouldn't be here that has anything to do with Parkal's ascension. Shouldn't be here in the broken bit. Still not sure what the heck that thing down there is. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being in the mouth of one of these jaguar thingies. Though I can't click in to inspect any of them. That's just more words. That's the bowl, that's the iconograph. Not sure what that is, not sure what that is. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Jade. Not resting here in place. I mean, I haven't spent 2.5 hours stick hunting yet, so... I do find it interesting that it's more torturing to Jake than it is to me. What the heck is that glowing thing? Probably just a reflection or something. Well, assuming I trust chat, it is going to be somewhere in this hall. And it isn't just lying on the floor. Standing in a museum. It's a bit of art and craft. If you say so, AE. I trust you more than I trust Drake in general. Nothing to do with these. Nothing to do with these. there, I think. Nothing to do with any of these.
It's locked.
What, and miss the fun of this, Doc? Come on. I do have some pride. Not talent. Not skills. Not intellect. But I do have pride. I didn't say I didn't also have hypocrisy, AE. It's not going to be in the pyramid, is it? It's not around here. It's not here. Nothing to do with you. It's not hidden in your hand or eyes. Why is there so many streams to getting down from here? Interesting design choice. This screen in particular seems really odd. I can only hope, Jake, that you are enjoying the pain. This is what you got when you asked me to do this. It's nothing to do with these decorations on the side of the door, is it? Which I can't actually see now. What am I trying to do here? Right now I'm trying to discover a tile for a numbers puzzle. The tile is not in it's not in the box with the other tiles. There were 2 of them missing. I have discovered one of them. It was in the garden, which I only learned after calling Bess. There was no actual hint given as to where they might be. Right? All she says is they are missing.
Just one more tile.
Well, that's the thing. It's not necessarily among other tile structures. This little tile was lying in front of a statue. Just lying there on the, what you call it, the pillar. Nothing to do with these. One place I have seen that used tiles was the calendar, which I cannot access. It ran smoothly level, then I've kinda hit a roadblock. Tile out of 10. Right. It probably wouldn't be in the display cases because I don't have the means to open them other than smashing them. It's a 2002 adventure game, H2L. I think they designed it to last hours in some cases. We've all played LucasArts games. These are tiles. Nothing loose now. It's not stuck in the mouth of any of these. I gotta be honest, my immediate thought is going back to the garden. Not lying on the steps of the cigarette. I've checked all the placards. It's definitely not like just lying on one of the placards. Definitely could be here. This is where I found the first one, so it's probably not here. If it is in the garden, it's probably on the other side. Nothing here seems like it's loose or doesn't belong on that tablet. Nothing here seems loose, or that it doesn't belong on that tablet. Did I let myself get turned around again? Yes, I did. Nothing here looks loose, or like it doesn't belong on the tablet. Nothing on the placard. Nothing here that looks loose, or like it doesn't belong on the tablet. Nothing on the placard. It's a nice garden. I don't mind spending time here. Nothing there that looks like it doesn't belong. It's not in the water. Nothing here that looks loose, or like it doesn't belong. Right, that was a nice refreshing walk in the garden. Time to go back here and stare. It's not just lying on top of the glass cases either. Any of them. How's this one lower than the others? It didn't give me a number for that. Gave me a number for the Hardy Boys. And they were unhelpful. What do I see? I see an exhibit. It consists of a display case with 5 pieces of artwork, none of which I can interact with. Save for this one, where the interaction I can do is read a placard. The placard is showing me what is presumably the tile I'm looking for. A sort of net. A sort of net in a square. The net has nothing to do with the ball game because they're using hoops there. I've not seen anything around here that could involve nets. And if the net thing was meant to be an intentional reference, then kudos. This is where I would find a net.
It's locked.
In the locked display case. And Jade, if you really want to just time out yourself, just unplug your keyboard. Your tiles, none of them are the right one. 8 equal black. There's nothing here. It's not among the gods. It's not among the kings. I'm reasonably certain of that as well. Why am I certain of that? I feel like I've inserted with everything here. What? To think of it, why do I still have the audio phones?
Lady Zach Cook ruled Palenque before her son ascended the...
I have already solved that puzzle. Wonder why they're still needed. Can't actually turn to the side in this screen, can't turn to the side in this screen. So while this would be an obvious place to stash them, I can't interact with it. Right? No, it isn't that ship. Right. We have inscriptions on this interface. Oh yeah, imagine if Jace was in a voice call with me right now. He would have spent the entire time streaming. Thankfully for us, this way all the worst thing he can do is gnaw off his fingers to prevent himself from typing. Can I interact with any part of the placards that are not the writing itself? Starting with the language one. No, that just takes me to the to the writing. That also wouldn't be obvious to my viewers. Still not here. Could be lying on top of one of these. Definitely could. Doesn't seem to. I see them here, I see those two. I see the big lump of stuff down here with nothing important on it or nothing lying on top of it. There's nothing on the back side of these, right? I haven't, pizza. Not going to either. If it gets too boring, one of you will just eat the time out and tell me the answer anyway. Why can't I zoom in on these? I haven't needed them for anything. And how do I leave the screen again? In my defense, weak as that defense may be, that looked to me a lot more like a keyhole than it did anything else. And I have not had the key to any other locks. It definitely didn't look like the tile I wanted to be. But Nancy doesn't seem to care. Right, we need to order them now. Lines, dots, guards. I don't see any single dots. Well, that's not true. I see this one. That's one. Do I see any with just 2 dots and no lines? No. Guard number 2, cow. Hat, 5 fingers, and an oval. Not really seeing anyone with anything that looks like fingers here. You have a T. You are number 13. We can skip over 2 for a moment. Actually, let's just start with the simple ones. Everything that has line or dots. Oh, U7. It may very well be, Jake. 7. That's 14. You are 11, that's correct. You are 4. You are 5. 7, 8. You are 10. 11. T was 12, right? No, T is 13. You have the you both have the removable jaw. 10? That can't be true. That was right. Oh, thank God it didn't reset. 12, 18, 5, 15, 17. Now with the eye patch was number 6. So you have with either a beard or acne. You have the beard. And I know doctor. Beard was 9. So correct, correct. 2. Probably not correct. Definitely not correct. 16. Three is the doctor. None of these really look like a doctor. 4, 5, 6 would be eye patch guy, you're correct. 7, 8, 9 is the beard, you're correct. 10 is correct, you're correct, you're correct. 13 is the T. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 2, 3. 9 has beard. 14.
That looks right.
Okay. Door mechanics. Okay, that's all those fixed. We still need to finish the temple exhibits, which required us to find out the Mayan word for matchmaker. Which could be the goddess of love, which also could be someone who literally makes matches. Nothing here that talks about making matches. Were any of the statues in a carving about any matchmaking? I think one of them actually was. Stations of 3 captives to the throne. That was the monster of life and death. Address and keep containing references to Rain God. Goddess of the moon. Nothing linking the moon with romance. Yada yada yada. Cementing your husband's ascensions. Kneels with a hoop, etc. Nice belief that magical powers. Doesn't seem that relevant. Bird guy joined captive. Prominent local man.
The 4 miniature gods clinging to the vision serpent are the headband twins, Hun Ahau and Balaam, and the twins of sacrificial dance, Chak, Shib, Chak, and the baby jaguar. The Maya were particularly fascinated with twins.
Nope. The marriage between Shield, Jaguar, and Lady Sock. Lady Sock offers a shield and Jaguar helmet to her betrothed. Nothing there about what led them together. Anything like matchmaking. And yeah, Skull's ascension on.
taken a real nosedive off that pyramid.
Do you think he just fell, Nancy? Or was he pushed? Sounds like you need to find out about hospital visiting hours.
Yeah, but you'd better get the lowdown from Joanna first.
George is right. She is your supervisor, after all.
What triggered that cutscene? Genuinely, what could have triggered that cutscene? Finishing my tasks, maybe. But wouldn't have done it when I finished them, rather than when I randomly walked into the garden afterwards. Let's see if people have something new to say.
It's a fiasco, just as I feared. Oh, I'm sick about the whole thing.
I see you've spoken with Joanna.
I was in the museum when it happened.
Have you spoken to the police?
I told them everything I know. I mean, I coughed up my brains right there on the table.
So, do you think this is linked to the thefts in Topeka and New Mexico?
That awful red hand was left on Prudence Rutherford's jewelry box in Topeka, and on the display case in the museum in New Mexico. What's the chance they're not connected?
What's the name of the museum in New Mexico?
The Chaco Canyon Cultural Center. They had a beautiful collection up there, worth a bundle, too. I appraised some pieces for them a few years back.
That is where Henry used to work. And I actually have a phone number for them as well, although I didn't get a connection when I tried to call them.
Do you know Prudence Rutherford personally?
Oh, we saw each other at functions now and then. Poor Prudence. She adored that necklace.
Why do you think the thief is leaving this red handprint?
To be a gruesome scoundrel?
The Pakal thief's glyph message translates to, "The magician suffers yellow death." What in the world do you think that means?
You've got me there.
There was an incident at the museum. Henrik is in the hospital with a head injury.
Poor Henrik. Another squabble between him and Joanna, perhaps? Oh, I'm kidding, but I do remember the time she threatened to push him in the pond. Temper, I'm always telling her.
Gee, I wonder if there might be something in the pond.
I'd better get going.
Keep up the good work.
Let's go talk to the real hero of this game then.
Hello, Nancy.
Why did Mexico choose to lend the monolith to Beach Hill and not some other museum?
Johanna Riggs outbid everyone. I had no idea a small museum like Beach Hill could afford such an expensive arrangement.
Do you know what cinnabar is?
The red powder that the Maya used? Sure, I know it. They use it at Beach Hill too, do they not?
Cinnabar was used to make the red handprint that was left at the scene of the Pakal theft.
What is your point?
Joanna said the museum didn't have any, but the supplier said she ordered some last week.
Have you called the police?
I don't want to jump to conclusions.
Of course. Sister Joanna couldn't possibly be a thief now, could she?
Have you heard? Henrik Vanderheun fell off the pyramid at the museum. He's in the hospital with a mysterious head injury.
That is terrible news. I hope it's not too serious.
It's the little fact that they didn't update his model in any way, so he's still smiling as he says it. Wow.
Do you consider Henrik a conquistador, along with Joanna Riggs and Sinclair?
Henrik is a student of my culture and my heritage, not trying to buy and sell it. We don't agree on everything, especially not baseball, but I have nothing against him.
Do you know much about Maya glyphs?
You've got me there. I know Spanish, English, Portuguese, several indigenous languages, including Quiche and Nahuatl, but I have yet to learn the language of glyphs.
Wasn't Quiche one of the Mayan language? Wrote that down somewhere. Quiche. Yeah, Quiche. Quiche had Tweakle or something, or Ixil. Nahuatl is the Aztec one as far as I know.
Have you heard? The Pakal carving was stolen from the museum.
Well, I heard the alarms going off, but it wasn't until Henrik called me that I heard the news.
So, you were in the museum at the time?
I was dropping off the monolith agreement for Joanna, as I said I would.
Did you see anything suspicious?
I was running late. I just figured somebody tripped a wire and I kept going. Whew.
It's odd that I didn't see you.
I was there on business, Nancy, not for tea.
Don't you care about the disappearance of such a rare Maya artifact?
That artifact was lost to me as soon as it left Mexican soil. So my friend Pakal goes underground for a while until he is sold again. Suddenly, he turns up in Amsterdam or Hong Kong. Unless he is rightfully repatriated to Mexico, what's the difference?
I should get back to the museum.
Adios, Nancy. Buenos dias.
I should get back to the museum.
Yes, you should.
That's not so, that's the museum. Yeah, see, the problem with learning about geography from Paradox is that it can mess up your historical periods as well. I have gotten into trouble for not remembering that Poland has a long coastline because I only remembered it from the EU4 and Hoy versions of Poland. No idea what I'm looking at. It looks like a crystal of some sort. Wonder how that compares with the manifest on the wall in the shipping room. Out of that.
Who knew one piece of jade could have so much history?
Yeah, identify match clips, combination, translation of the True King. Site of excavation unknown, year of excavation unknown. Given by Rupert Starr to the gallery in New York. Sold to someone in Connecticut. Sold in an auction. $800,000 to Greenberg. So we paid $1 million. Should probably write down the exact number. Where the hell did I put my pen? There. $1,076,595 US. This isn't Henrik's office. This is my boss's office. What date was that? That was 93. February 16th, 93. And I have a sneaking suspicion that if we double check all these dates, something isn't going to add up. Here we get that the previous owners are dead. The auction will be held February the 7th. That's about a week later. That probably doesn't mean too much. They had bought it 55 August. May 40, 55, 93. This actually does look above board. Damn it, thought I had something there. And that is the only thing here. There's no dates on this. It's from 95 anyway. It will be important later, I'm not sure how. Is that assuming I'm finishing right now, Sia Arthel, or does how long should you actually give like a percentage tracker for when you need to have reached a certain trigger?
You have voicemail. Press 0.
This This message is for Nancy Drew. Hi, Nancy. This is Nurse Bluefoot calling from Eleanor Roosevelt Memorial Hospital in regards to Henrik Vanderheun. I believe you're a colleague of his? Since Mr. Vanderheun was admitted, he has repeated your name several times in states of semi-consciousness. As we've been unable to contact any of his family members, we're hoping you might be willing to act as Henrik's support person as he begins the difficult process of restoring his memory. Please call me as soon as possible to discuss this. My direct line is 202-555-4000. Thank you.
Nancy, it's Joanna. The police are done giving me the 3rd degree, but now the board has suspended me. To make a long story short, I'm forbidden to set foot in the museum. Could you please call Franklin Rose and try to reason with him? If we don't get a move on, this exhibit is going straight down the tubes.
To replay messages, press 0.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
This is Nancy Drew, calling for Franklin Rose, please.
Just a minute, please.
Nancy, you must be psychic. I was just getting ready to call you myself.
As a matter of fact, I have been brushing up on my mind reading.
Well, thank goodness I've got you on my side. I feel I should apologize for the situation that's going on at the museum, dear. I really did think we were setting you up with a nice little internship, a breather from your casework. But instead, it looks like we've fed you to the lions.
Don't worry, I'm used to it by now. And after all, this situation is no more treacherous than my recent attempt at a ski vacation in Wisconsin. Anyway, about Beach Hill.
I think I know what you're going to say, Nancy. Let me be frank. Joanna Riggs has been in the doghouse with the board for months. Her thirst for acclaim has led her to gamble the future and the reputation of Beach Hill time and again. Now that we've lost the Bacall carving, one of our most notable pieces, well, she's just got to be stopped.
But with Henrik in the hospital and Joanna suspended, how can we possibly get this exhibit off the ground?
Leave that to me. We'll postpone the opening if we have to. Look, I've got a client waiting, Nancy. What we need now is for you to take up the slack. I've spoken to the rest of the board, and we've agreed that the best thing is to put you in charge.
Okay, I'm in charge of getting this to run.
Oh, Mr. Rose, I'm not
Why?
qualified to be a curator. I don't have the experience.
Maybe not, but you are the best qualified detective I know. Which is just what we need right now. We're counting on you to catch this thief red-handed. Ha ha. Just kidding, kiddo. If you can get the Bacall back, we'll see about giving Ms. Riggs another chance. That seems fair, doesn't it?
But I don't care about her.
It's a deal, Mr. Rose.
Bye, kiddo.
Okay.
You have no voicemail.
This is Nurse Bluefoot.
Nurse Bluefoot, this is Nancy Drew. You left me a message regarding Henrik Vanderheun. How is he?
Nancy Drew? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I'm so relieved. We've been unable to locate any family members, and we do like amnesia patients to have at least one personal support person when they begin reality orientation.
Can you explain the amnesia?
Henrik is suffering from an acute case of post-traumatic retrograde amnesia. At the moment, he is unable to recall even the most basic autobiographical facts, from his name and address to his birthday and shoe size. He can't access the details of his personal history or events leading up to his accident.
Post-traumatic?
Yes, the trauma being his accident at the museum, naturally.
What exactly was the accident again? Do we just assume he slipped off the stairs on the way down from the cigarette?
Is there any way to treat amnesia?
Well, reality orientation is a kind of treatment that helps a patient get reacquainted with the facts and circumstances of his or her life. Henrik has not actually lost his memory. It's just that his brain is injured in such a way that he can't access the place where the memories are stored.
So, how does he regain access to the storage place?
First, we do repetitive memory exercises to help Henrik relearn the basic facts, like his name and address, the name of his parakeet, if he has one, the date, and so on. Second, we try to stimulate Henrik's sensory memories in order to help trigger or find the way back to his cognitive memory.
To be fair, I think the reason they haven't been able to contact Henry's emergency contacts is that he has lied about everything. He is not actually Dutch. He is clearly British.
What are sensory memories?
A sensory memory is like it sounds, something that is familiar, that you recognize by sight or touch, smell or sound or what is that last one? Oh yes, taste. A cognitive memory is something that you know or remember intellectually. For example, how do you know the name of this planet? Somewhere along the way you learn that it's called Earth, and you just remember. But say you bump your head and forget the name of this planet. You don't know where in the solar system you're floating.
Yikes!
Exactly. But then I show you a picture of our marvelous blue and green globe. Suddenly you remember. That glorious sight is Earth. I live on the planet Earth. This is how a sensory memory can trigger a cognitive or intellectual one.
I don't know why something in that tone of voice just really cracks me up.
What if the patient doesn't remember right away?
You can't help Henrik remember his childhood, but you can probably help him remember his work. And who knows where that will take him. All roads lead to Rome, as they say. One great tool is the Reality Orientation Board. This is a place to post information and pictures for the patient to look at over a period of time. You may want to bring in images or photos to place on the board. Things from the museum, perhaps.
I see. Well, I'll be happy to help in any way I can. When are visiting hours?
Visiting hours are 10 to 4 every day, if the patient is not engaged in treatment and if he seems stable.
Stable how?
Just remember, Henrik's brain has been knocked around like a peanut in its shell. He may have attention difficulties, headaches, anxiety. Sometimes he may seem giddy, too. We need to keep these conditions in check. Don't push him too hard, or he may have some kind of meltdown.
Thanks for the warning, Nurse Bluefoot.
Be well.
Okay, so raid his desk. This is workbench, this is probably his desk. Nothing here I can actually take. I can't remind him to buy milk. But now, onto the real reason we were made leaders of this little expedition. Can I get the knife? No, it won't let me get the knife. Okay. I can steal a vacuum tube. Which was what was broken in the other one. And now the person who didn't give me permission to use it is myself. How do I access those then? Hmm. 16, 13. That's the only 4-digit code I remember getting. Space age technology, everyone. Nothing.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Four-digit frequency or channel. You can either listen to the activity on the channel or use the Dynaham Morse code keyboard to transmit a message. Okay. I don't feel like I have a prompt to do anything other than go to the hospital. Check the providence, it seemed above board. The dates matched up. I'm surprised that the museum had $1 million. Obviously there's something fishy going on there.
You look familiar. Is it time for my snack?
Hi, Henrik. I'm Nancy. We met at Beach Hill before your head injury.
Beach Hill?
Beach Hill is a museum here in Washington, D.C. Before your accident, you were working there on some important Maya glyph translations. Do you remember anything about that project?
I don't even remember my own birthday. So if you're here to squeeze me for details, you're wasting your time.
Actually, Nurse Bluefoot thinks with regular visits, I may be able to help you get your memory back more quickly.
How, pray tell, do you intend to do that?
I'll visit, we'll talk, sometimes I'll bring you pictures.
Pictures? Well, isn't this nice?
Think of it this way. You just got back from a fabulous trip, only you can't remember the places you went. So you decide to look through postcards to see which ones you recognize.
Fine, I'll do it.
No prompts.
Great. These are Maya glyphs, like the ones you used to translate. Now, don't be upset if you don't know how to read them anymore. I can tell you what they mean.
I know what they mean, dear. I wrote them.
I'm sure you have written them at one time or another in your career. So, what do you think this is all about? The magician suffers yellow death.
Your translator is sloppy. I should know. I am the author of the original work.
Ah, He is the thief.
You don't agree with the translation?
At first, Glyph is the fool, not the magician. Furthermore, any decent epigrapher knows those glyphs refer to the infamous plague of oozing hives. A fitting curse for a fool, don't you think? I rather like it.
If you wrote this note, then you must have stolen the carving of King Pakal. Did you?
I don't remember.
I'm investigating the theft of the Pakal carving. Please, Henrik, try to remember something.
Who in the world is Pakal? Oh, my head. Oh, the pressure. I can't take any more today, Nancy.
Okay, it's time for some memory therapy. Nancy, could you come back tomorrow?
Okay. I don't have any better leads than him. I have the radio that I don't know what frequency to put to, and I don't know what to tell in Morse code. I still have the curator's key. So there might still be stuff I need to get to. Actually, yeah, let's rank our boss's office again. If there's anything locked there, we do have the key for it now. Nah, we did do though. I think we've seen everything we need here. Save and save every 2 hours. Okay, they're not giving me anything more. I suppose what we could do is go tell the Mexican consulate that Henry is their thief. I think I single-handedly managed to make tiles I mean when this channel did that, so pretty well.
Buenos dias.
I should get back to the museum.
Goodbye.
You don't, Jan?
Any news?
I need a photo of the Pakal carving. Do you have one?
Joanna took the official print for her insurance claim, but I have a couple extras. Here you go. Keep up the good work.
Okay, now I have something to show Henry, so back to the hospital. Out of curiosity, about 4 hours ago, Someone mentioned that the game's answer for the supreme god of the Mayan pantheon wasn't who the game said it was. Who's the real one?
Well, look who it is.
Ready to do some memory work, Henrik? I brought you a picture. This will help you to remember.
That face. He's as familiar as my own feet.
Can you remember the last time you saw him?
Pakal! Nancy, this is the stolen carving, isn't it? And I'm the one who took it. I must have. But why? Oh, Pakal! What could I have meant by this?
Think, Henrik. Where's the carving now?
I can't remember.
All I need is some idea of where to look next. I'll take any scrap of memory you've got, Henrik.
It's still in the museum.
Why would you break into the display case and steal the carving only to leave it in the museum?
To protect him. I had to protect him. Oh, Pakal! Something is going on at that museum, a devious plot. I was the only one who could stand in the way.
Thank move SP. That's actually fairly interesting.
Whose plot is this? Is it someone who's involved with the museum?
Forgive me, Nancy, but when I woke up in this hospital bed, I didn't even know my own name. Perhaps the only thing I can offer you is this key. It was found in one of my pockets when I was brought in.
Do you know what lock it belongs to?
I haven't a clue. Take the key now, Nancy. Find out what it opens and return to me, please, with some answers.
We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise.
In the meantime, I'll sit with my friend Pakal and see if he will tell me anything new. You must keep this to yourself for now. It's your only hope of getting to the bottom of this.
Did you use Joanna's name last week to place an order for Cinnabar with Keep It Real Restoration?
You're asking the wrong amnesiac.
Do you have anything against Joanna?
Who knows?
Do you know anything about the theft of Prudence Rutherford's necklace?
I can't remember.
Henrik, I need to know where you put the Pakal carving.
You're asking the wrong amnesiac.
You rest up. I'll be back.
Be careful.
That looks like a desk scroll. Probably his insurance fraud, yeah. Maybe with some art theft involved as well. I think he's suspecting Sinclair. Why can I look closer to you? Nothing here I haven't already seen. Was Henrik's desk locked? Oh, I can finally look here. Nothing too interesting. Wait. Tenochtitlan. Isn't this an Aztec city? I'm pretty sure the League of Mayapan was only like this area, right?
It's locked. It's locked.
Okay. Now I have a weirdly shaped floppy disk.
It's locked.
And the only place we've been able to read floppy disks so far has been Nancy's computer in her hotel room. On one hand, I'm glad that Nancy's in charge now, so they can't complain about the hours I'm working. On the other hand, they're not actually paying me, so what are they going to do? There's still so. And enter. Where is the damn power up button on this thing? Or is this just now a puzzle I'm done with because I opened the other floppy drive and I have to use the second computer for this? I mean, I can't actually enter it. There's no eject button, so it's not because the last one is there. Oh. That's a disk drive? Which drive had the sticking out tongue again? Tongue. Cow. No. Can. Yeah, I suppose that would be too easy. Kan Lahun, maybe? There's no T. There's not Oxlowum. Larka. No. I think AE might be onto something. The thing is, it's not really a face, is it? It's just a tongue. It's not the eye patch guy. It's not Lahan, it's not Baluk. Balak. It's not Larka, it's not Oxlam. I'm going back to the numbers puzzle to see if it's either of the ones there.
Looks right.
Doesn't look at all like any of those. No list of the yards either. I don't even have the Scarlet hand drawing anymore, so I can't check if it's one of those. Unless I'm actually allowed into the hospital. Can I get a closer look, please? Somehow?
Hi there, Nancy.
Can you tell me what the password is to your disk?
You're asking the wrong amnesiac.
You rest up. I'll be back.
Be careful.
Can I just like draw him the glyph and ask him to translate it? He can clearly remember those. Don't think any of my bosses are going to be helpful.
Boswell, Jackson, and Rose, how may I direct your call?
I'd like to speak to Franklin Rose, please.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Rose is out of the office. Would you like to try back later?
Sure.
Thank you for calling Boswell, Jackson, and Rose.
Did I have my curator's number somewhere? Don't think I did.
Any news?
I'd better get going.
Keep up the good work.
Okay. Maybe it's written down next to the other phone. Because she could also translate the glyphs. Terribly, though. But it is still a translation.
You have no voicemail. Press 9 for an outside line.
No. I am going to be honest, we have passed the 6-hour mark. We have someone else coming up in 15 minutes, and I don't think we are going to get further than we have gotten so far. This isn't going to be helpful. I am being positive. I haven't laughed like that in a long time. Pascal's triangle. Is this just a reference to the way the pyramid looks? I can't even buy milk.
It's locked.
Oh. Oh! Slicing notes, blessing, curse, perhaps, yada yada. This is the thing where in one of the latest games we would just have screenshotted this entire page. Copen emblem has been modified for the right hat, similar to the rabbit. Period ending till the end of times. Oh god, please tell me he's not like a Mayan transform. Ah, a journal. 2050 transmits a series of S, 5 digits in Spanish, with each transmission starting with afternoon. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve. Decoding the numbers. Write down the last 3 digits of the series and add a 0 to it to get a 4-digit number. Add each of the original 5 digits and count the sum of the 4-digit number to the first step. This is the station that the smugglers will take message on. Smugglers. Okay, so he randomly tuned into the smugglers talking on the radio station. Station number says the smugglers. Okay. Smuggler station. Password is the Nahuatl word for snake. Enter in Morse code and they'll confirm by voice. Then send the code word. Ledger, mirror, trainer, Vargas. I'm not going to finish. I'm ready for Brillig to take over right now, to be honest. I am not in the right headspace right now to do this puzzle.
Looks like I need to find someone who speaks Nahuatl.
And I have someone who speaks Nahuatl. The guy in the Mexican consulate does. There aren't any more open slots left in the marathon, right? Because I might just sit down and finish this off screen if the marathon is over. Wednesday. I'll have to double check if that fits my schedule.
Buenos dias.
I need to know the Nahuatl word for snake. Can you help me?
What do you need that word for?
I'd rather not say. It's part of my investigation.
Now, if only I could remember the word for snake. I hear you have been a great help to Henrik. I wonder if you can help me improve my memory too.
Something tells me this translation is going to come with strings attached.
I am almost certain that the provenance documents for the Pakal carving were falsified. I have asked Joanna to see the documents, but she evades me. If you can find that file in her office and bring it to me, I think it might help my memory of Nahuatl a lot.
What makes you think they were falsified?
In Mexico, it is common knowledge that the carving was stolen from Pakal's tomb when it was first excavated. But no one has been able to prove it. If I can determine that the provenance documents are a fraud, this will be the first major step toward legal repatriation of the artwork, whenever and wherever it resurfaces.
I guess I hadn't thought about it like that.
I feel my Nahuatl coming back to me already. Do you know what Sihuapili means? Princess or lady. Now, if only I could remember the word for snake.
Have you heard? The police received an anonymous tip, and they're considering Joanna a prime suspect in the Pakal theft. They've taken her in for questioning.
I called in that tip. She lied about the Cinnabar, and you may not know this, but she has jeopardized the museum's finances with all of her wheeling and dealing. Why should she not be questioned?
How do you know about museum finances?
I have my sources.
I should get back to the museum.
Adios, Nancy.
I mean, we know Sonny considered him a hero, and he seems to be close with Henrik as well, so yeah, he has sources. Yes, Nancy, take them. Why can't I... Oh, was that those? Later games gave you tooltips of the items in your inventory, which was really useful for remembering what all these pieces of paper are.
Hello, Nancy. You have a special delivery for me, I hope?
Promise me that you'll take good care of these documents.
Good work, my friend. I suppose you would like something in return?
I trust your Nahuatl has become fluent again.
The Nahuatl word for snake is coatl. C-O-A-T-L.
I should have known that.
Muchas gracias. Gotta go.
Adios, Nancy.
Yeah, that was just for the diary code thingy, wasn't it? Yeah, I'll just save and then we can call it a day here. I am good to hand over. Good luck, relics.